Hello friends, hello and welcome back to the bench. Thank you very much for joining me. Our first stream since we moved to Bolton. Now I was thinking of doing a lot more streams after moving, but the process of moving is not easy. I don't have to tell you that. I'm sure you're aware, but I've been moving so much in the past decade, maybe 2 decades, that it just hits me different nowadays. But also, moving all that crap and all that stuff, it was not easy. Then a couple days ago my computer started giving me problems, and it took me a couple days to figure out what was going on, which I probably should have known right from the start because the symptoms were relatively clear. But since I don't have much experience with audio visual equipment, it took me a second to just kind of gather all the symptoms, all the information, and figure out what was going on. And the symptoms were essentially, I have like 3 sources, right? The scope, the camera, the second camera, the microscopic camera that watches the socket. Hey JFix, how you doing, man? Good to see you, man. Then to see the Rework Pro, right? That's another capture device. So essentially 4 sources. And I used to record in 60 FPS for, I don't know why. I switched to 30 FPS now because I just swapped those 2 computers. This one that I'm using right now to stream, it was dedicated to actually just doing video editing and stuff, because I wanted that to be separate, and I wanted to replace that computer with this computer. I dropped, I don't remember, about $600 for this computer. It came with Windows 11, but I didn't do my due diligence, and it is equipped with Windows 11, sure, but TPM 1.2. So essentially, as soon as Microsoft said no more bypassing that limitation, now it will not update, which I don't really care about Windows updates, but if your Windows updates are disabled, essentially, then when you connect the new device, it's not gonna just download the driver and and the device works. So now you have to do that stuff manually. Not to mention security concerns and stuff. But this computer is inferior to that one. I don't remember what kind of chipset is on this one, but it's a relatively smaller board. So even on this one, you will notice that a little bit of screen tearing on the camera. So essentially some data essentially lost because it's not capable to work with these many video sources. That one is, but now started developing problems. Essentially, out of 4 sources, only 3 work, and then only 2 started working, and now down to 1 source. So if I go to the camera application in Windows, I can cycle through all my sources. I can see the scope, I can see the camera, I can see the microscopic camera, the Rework Pro input separately. But when I start OBS, it pulls all the sources, because you create scenes, you can see them at the same time. So only 1 source works, and it's kind of random. You close OBS, you open OBS, the scope works but not the camera. So you close, you open, now the camera works but the scope doesn't work. So essentially I should have known right from the start that it was essentially just a problem of too much, not enough bandwidth. But that board is that I have in that computer, I built it on hardware that I repaired myself, and that was before I started doing BGA. I got the board with essentially mangled pins on the CPU socket. So I just corrected the position, no broken pins, or maybe there was like one broken pin. For that reason, two banks didn't work for memory, right? So I have to have the memory stick in A1 and B1 instead of A1, A2 or B1, B2. So, but it worked for a long time, but then it started deteriorating. And the first symptom that I noticed was that the CPU fan stopped working. So I just routed 12 volts to the CPU fan and called it a day. And it worked for another while. and now it just essentially stopped. So the board actually is not very expensive. I got the replacement, essentially the exact same board, hopefully, for $113 with shipping. And I upgraded the CPU because I have i5 8th generation. So the next step, because you would think that if you upgrade to i7, it would be an upgrade, but it turns out it's not really. So I upgraded to i9, and that was a big purchase, more expensive than the actual motherboard, because it's 1151 socket, $200 for the CPU, 115 call it for the board. And I already got the CPU. I'm waiting for the board. It's coming from California, so it's gonna be a while. So I will get that computer to work again, and I will swap them again, because all the data, everything is over there, and it was not my intention to just migrate everything to this computer. Anyways, Alec DVZ, how's it going, man? And JG, hola, saludos from Argentina. How's the weather in Argentina? JFix, how did you get on with Legion 7? I'm gonna get back to it. I'm pretty sure that because I was so sure that it was a BIOS issue, and then Lead Farmer said that he mixed up like some versions or something. So hopefully that's it, and we just reflash the BIOS and it works. But like 5, maybe 6 technicians recommended that this is most likely cracked solder under the CPU, which also could be the reason. So if we can't fix it with the BIOS, then I don't know, CPU reball. I gotta see what kind of CPU it is. I'm gonna see if I can find my stencils. Well, we'll see about that. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with it, but yeah, we didn't give up on it. It just went back in the box for now. I just have to catch up on other repairs, just finalized all the repairs that were waiting for me to move, and we'll get back to that one. Hopefully the customer is not in a rush. Alexander, hey, from Belgium. Awesome. Belgium, very nice place. I know I sold a lot of flux to Belgium and some other stuff, so maybe that's you. Maybe you purchased from me from Belgium. Let me know if you received everything. Oh my god, a Black Horse stream. Good to see you live. Nanofix Canada, how you doing, man? Nice to see you here. Yeah, I haven't been streaming much lately, and in general, I don't do a lot of streams. But yeah, how's the flux working for you? Let me know if you need more, or if you need, or if you want that candle, the what do you call it, the flux candle? Because I didn't get around to make it. I made one as a prototype. But I didn't get around to actually making that and making that available for purchase, because it's useless gimmick, right? Let's see. Good luck with underfill. Oh, there's underfill on that CPU. Yeah. Nice Red Bull. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of that in general, but sometimes I do, and I didn't get around to have any coffee today, so I'm just running on Coca-Cola and Red Bull at the moment. Keith Morgan, hi from Canary Islands. Awesome. Never been. I think I had some sales from Canary Islands. No, or maybe that was Caribbeans. I don't remember. But we had one technician from over there that I worked a lot with because he was having issues with a lot of stuff, and then his soldering iron broke, and yeah. Hang on, let me make the chat a little bigger so I can read. Oh, looks like it's not gonna go in a larger. Why not? There you go. Okay. Alright, I'm not sure if my keyboard works. Yeah, my keyboard works. Okay. Let's see. I asked you before to do work together on Flux production in EU, if you remember. I do remember. Yeah. Yeah, we'll look into that. Right now, I'm just trying to kind of catch up with production over here. The orders are usually take about 2-3 days, depending on the blend. Because RA, I can make a lot of it and just store it. But for Whiskey Tango, I make them in small batches because the shelf life is a lot shorter. So you know how it is. So I don't want to store that. Because yeah, there's glycerin in there, right? Vegetable glycerin. So there's the shelf life is a lot shorter. You can prolong it by storing it in the fridge, but overall, that's one blend that needs to be fresh. So yeah, we'll look into that. Alec, by the way, thanks for the flux. It works nice, though my is a little hard to pull out of the syringe. Yeah, the ones that I make now, I pour them with a lot more alcohol. So essentially, you gotta pick your poison, right? For BGA work, you don't want the flux to boil too much, and preferably you don't want it to boil at all. So if I make it in a way that it doesn't boil at all, it's going to be hard to squeeze, especially through the needle. If you remove the needle, it's a lot easier. Or if you maybe use larger needle, but the ones that I provide with the flux are the largest I could find. If on the other hand I make it like I do now, they're a lot easier to work with, but it boils because there's just more alcohol content in it, right? More solvent. So yeah, if you get my latest batches, they're a lot easier to work with. So for general soldering, you don't really care if it boils or not. For BGA, it might matter a lot. Nanofix, I'm enjoying the flux still. You actually made a candle? Yes, I have. I would 100% buy it. Well, I'll make it available for purchase on my in my store once I get around to it. All my equipment right now is kind of occupied by the flux. I'm refining more rosin, and I have to. Yeah, I increased the batch size from 12 to roughly 25 per batch. So It's I make a lot more now, but I also sell a lot more of these as well. I hope the best in your new place. Thank you very much. It's really good because, you know, yeah, it is a little loud, and you know, it's a little cold because they keep it at 72 degrees, which to me it's cold. Um, but packages delivered to the package room. When I ship the packages, I just have to walk to the other side of the building with the big bins, and I just drop the packages in the bins. I don't have to drive to the post office anymore or deal with any of that. Some packages, like Amazon, delivers directly to my unit, not to the package room. We have a content studio. You know, you have everything over there, like green screen, white screen, lighting, microphones, everything other than the camera. So yeah, it's the internet, high-speed internet included, right? Electricity included. I don't have to pay for electricity. Coffee included. We have a little like kitchen area where you have the fridge, shared fridge, microwave, you know, that kind of stuff. Nothing too fancy, but you know. No shower, unfortunately, but I don't know, what are you gonna do? So yeah, so far the only problem is the you know, it gets loud, and it, you know, sometimes some people work throughout the day, you know, obviously, but others just work at night or in the evenings, or they start at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So there's, you know, you never know if you want to record a video. You never know if right now is going to be a good time to record a video, because you know, they might start using heavy equipment and stuff, and you can't really record. So that's the only downside of it. But there's so many upsides that I'm not complaining. Hello everyone from Radpa. Hello. I found a syringe adapter handle from eBay, very useful, quicker than 3D printing my own. Yeah, especially since you gotta use some tension. It's kind of hard to print it for it to be usable on the first try. It's probably few iterations that you gotta go through before you have actually working dispenser. Let's see. Wow, impressive work on scaling the flux production. It seems like quite the process. Well, one thing that I improved is automated mixing. I want to also expand it to create profiles, because when you start, there's a lot of alcohol content in it. So you mix at 16, maybe 17%, and then as it thickens up, you gotta increase to up to 20-21% of power, depending how thick you want the final product to be. So I'm planning on kind of automating that, but I'm also getting a lot better at consistency, batch to batch. So that's why I started making larger batches. But that's only for RA. I don't want to increase the batch size for Whiskey Tango, because for the reasons I stated. Good day everyone from Official Alex. How you doing, Alex? Are you the Alex from Caribbeans? Forter Fix. Hey Raf, hey chat, hey. Forter Fix. Yes, Alex. Yeah, so that's all right. Awesome. Good to see you, man. Hope everything's going well for you. Now, is that a new place I'm in? Yes, sir, it is. And so far, it's working well. All right, so what we want to do today is connect the headphones. So they are recharged when I need them. And we gotta grab some ECMs and we gotta do some light work. We have 2 of them and a very long message. So what is the problem? I have an ECM out of my 91 Mazda b2600 that failed 5 years ago. Can I send it to you to see if it can be repaired and what the cost, blah blah blah. When this unit failed, I contacted Automotive Computer Exchange out of Davie, Florida, and had a long talk with them. And they found an ECM on eBay out of 95 Mazda MPV that they said was a perfect match. Well, I guess we're gonna see about that. I got the order number from them, ordered it, received it, installed it, and everything was fine for about 5 years. Now it won't start, or it does. Or it does, I have to really pedal it as it misfires. Okay. Hesitates and stalls out. Should I send them both, and what do you think? And all that stuff. And I have recently, within the last few years, replaced the fuel injectors, a fuel pressure regulator, O2 sensor, a coolant temperature sensor to the computer, air temperature sensor, new distributor with cam positioning sensor, and igniter. So essentially everything that could cause this was eliminated. So the only problem can be in the ECM. Maybe not necessarily, but we don't hear anything about switching to open loop and not working, because we're gonna have a very interesting case soon when they checked everything. The suspicion is going towards the ECM, but it works well in closed loop. But when it switches to open loop, it misbehaves. Raf, is there any change to ship your flags to Latvia? It returned to you once already, but I wonder if it was random postage or a order in my store instead of eBay. And now I use UPS expedited, which is usually 20 bucks, around 20, 22, 25 bucks. In my store for shipping, you pay a flat rate of around $19. So, you know, I lose a couple bucks on that. But in some cases, when I put in the address, the UPS says that it's going to be $68 to deliver. Or sometimes UPS just doesn't appear as a viable or available carrier. In which case, I just issue a refund, and that's it, right? So try through my store, and if I can ship it, I'll ship it. So far, all the expedited packages that I shipped to various countries, they were all delivered. So if I if I actually ship it, it should be delivered. All right. Just order maybe just one, just to test it out, right? If one is gonna be delivered, then because UPS expedited actually just takes like less than a week. Recently to like UK and you know, it took like 4 days to be delivered to UK. So they ship quickly. All right, now so let's start with this one. So this one is the replacement that the customer got, and it worked perfectly fine for 5 years, and now it does not. Stalls out, takes a while to start. Now it would be a useful information. Steven, how's it going, man? Nice to see you. It would be useful to know whether the car was sitting, because I had a customer very recently, we're still kind of diagnosing it, that the problem is that the fuel pump just keeps dying. We measured whether it gets proper voltage. It does, because if it's undervolt, if you undervolt the fuel pump, it might just overheat, and that's the problem. But the voltage is stable. But he replaced 3 fuel pumps in 3 weeks. So my suspicion goes immediately to fuel line. Fuel line is clogged, which causes fuel pump to work extra hard, which in turn fries it up. So that's likely what we're gonna have to do. Well, actually, I can't assist with that, obviously. I'm a remote technician. Further fix, man, your website is super useful. Thanks for making it. What is your website? Let's take a look. So this is what we have. How do you know where to start on a random board like this? You don't have schematics, board views for it. There is no visible damage. That's an excellent question. Hey, board rev, how you doing, man? Good to see you. And the question is from Hopeful Line. Is that it? Well, it kind of depends what the board does. First thing that you need to do is to just understand what the board does, how it works. The exact schematics are not necessarily needed. Once you have that, well, you just you just use the knowledge of general electronics and how certain what do you call it, certain circuits work, and you know, I guess just experience, I guess. Maybe that's the best answer. But you know, it's not like there's a general rule that you can use for anything. You know, that if a soft start module that we did yesterday, I've never seen the board inside, right? But I know how the device works, at least on the high current side, right? Because the control side, it's, you know, free for all. So how the control logic was done, it's I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. But if you know how it's going to be controlled, then you know what to expect. And once you get a proper user testimony, you know, saying that this happened or that happened and these are the symptoms, and you know, the entire background and everything, you can kind of start, you know, making some assumptions, some educated guesses. And usually, well, maybe not usually, but sometimes that's all you need. So no, there's no magic kind of magic solution to all the problems. Every repair is relatively unique. Yeah, what's with the message error? I have no idea. Oh, YouTube having issues. Well, someone started vibe coding probably. That's what it is. Okay, let's check. Let's check the injectors first. The board doesn't look too bad. .25 and 0.25. So we're good here. And the bases. So some of these problems usually revolve around the capacitors. What do you guys think? Is this gonna be dry? Is that an electrolyte? There's no damage to the traces, at least not damage visible at the moment. So maybe this is the problem. So recently I discovered that if you buy cheap caps and you replace these with cheap capacitors, the car misbehaves. Is it just dust by the C105? It looks to me like electrolyte mixed with conformal coating. Hopefully it is, which means that either this cap started leaking or hopefully it's dry. And that would explain the problems. If the cap is fine, the problem is somewhere else. I'll get some wick over here. I sold few a few pieces of my wick, waiting on some feedback from you guys. But as I said, you know, it might not be the best, but as you can see, look how nicely the solder creeps. Because obviously it also depends on the flux you use. I'm using RA, but Whiskey Tango also performs very well. I will also have solder in stock, the blackhorserepairs solder, and the reason for that is mainly because I'm struggling to get good solder. And recently a lot of people ask me for a solder recommendation, and I feel you, because I use like this type H3 right now, crappy solder, because I can't find anything better. I mean, now I did, I'm still waiting for it. So once I get it in stock, I will let you guys know, and it should resolve the problem. So now if someone asks me for a solder recommendation, I can just point to my store. Okay, and this one, I don't think it desoldered correctly. Or maybe it did. Let's try this again. More Whiskey Tank. No, this is Romeo Alpha. And let's whick it a little more. Just to be sure, because I may have damaged the board a little by lifting the leg like this. It happens, but it's nothing major. And let's see, is it going to lift? Nope. No luck. So let's give it some holler. That should do it. And did I damage the board? Let's see. Maybe I did. Okay, the cup left completely. What do we have here? Ah, this could have been your problem. Yeah, the previous repair was not done correctly, and also I see pretty significant corrosion here. That could be our problem. We shall see. But now let's just see if we damage the board. Hopefully not. But if we did, that's not a big issue. Let's do it. 1 and 1. Yes, I did a little bit of damage by lifting the leg. This side doesn't matter because there is no connection on this side. This side does matter, but it's just a tiny damage. All right, let's see. Yeah, that leaked. Yeah, it looks like it, but we'll see. Could it be shorted, maybe? Electrolytic caps. Yeah, they don't go short. They go dry and essentially open. It's the ceramic caps that go short. So probably not. Conformal coating, bubbling, yeah, could be. The difficult question in my mind is how do you know when you're finished on the board without the car to test on? Ex-auto electrician here too. Love your work. Good question. So I have a guy over here in the area that I can bring the ECM and test it in rare cases. In other cases, sometimes we go back and forth. In other cases, I send the replacement ECM, known good ECM, and if it still misbehaves, then we know it's not the ECM. Some faults are very difficult to diagnose because they're intermittent, and everybody always blames ECMs on these tracks because statistically that's what's going to be your problem. But sometimes it isn't. So how do I know if I'm done? If all the measurements on my bench say that everything is good, we're done, we're shipping back, then we listen to feedback from the customer, and depending on the feedback, we either continue working on the ECM or we do other stuff. So that's usually how it works. I used to make my own wig out of triple braided HF coax. Yes, that is something I looked into, and I might get back to that problem because my wig is a single, it's medium braid, single layer. But when you get that coax coating and you kind of pushed it together, then you have double layer wig, and this is something that Tony wants because then essentially it's like you have a double layer wig, because essentially that's what it is, right? So for some purposes, if you want to use less of it, that's gonna work a lot better. I personally prefer single layer. Even for BGA, but yeah, I understand we all have different needs, so we need different solutions. Them vias will get ya. Yes, probably. Probably. I will see. It actually doesn't look too bad. Over here. Yeah, not as bad as I thought it would be. Let's do this. Let's push a little further so I can get better light. Let's get a better zoom. And the focus, autofocus is crap. And for some reason when I click focus and stuff, it blinks, it flickers, something not right here. Let's give it a little drink here. Yeah, that one via over here does not look great. It probably works, but at the moment, judging by the initial measurements and visual inspection, I don't think we're dealing with an ECM issue over here. It's either a fuel pump or fuel line. Because everything else was replaced, but no fuel pump replacement and nothing regarding fuel line. So that would be my guess. We're still gonna reflow some of these vias over here, just to be sure, but this is very good condition over here. Very good condition. All right. On the TCUs I work on, I can tell by measurements and current draw 85% of the time, then test solenoids brings it to 95% chance of successful repair. Yeah, you also have an X-ray machine with that soft start. I was actually thinking, before I actually make a decision whether to short the line to restore the trace, I was thinking of sending it to you for an X-ray to confirm that we actually have broken trace. As components have gotten smaller and trucks got finer, so has the wick size. Yeah, we don't need big wicks anymore. But again, it all depends on how you use it. Almost have enough data to make an emulator test box, simple signals, RPM, TPS and map. Nice. Happy to take an image if it will fit in my machine. Yeah, it's a board not much larger than this one. So yeah, I'm sure it will fit. Okay, so this doesn't look too bad. So let's hope the capacitor is faulty. Well, let's see what it's gonna say. My crappy meter. Uh, 1.2 V loss. We don't trust the ESR on these. This always shows a relatively high ESR, almost 900 milliohms. But usually, when the ESR is good, it shows closer to 200-300. Okay, 900 seems a lot. So let's test with an actual proper meter. In this case, ESR is not, yeah, 500 milliohms. So yeah, the ESR is very high. So probably it's either dry or it leaked. It's hard to say because it's dirty. What do you guys think? Is it the leaky cap? Or it's just dirty at the bottom? Well, let's puncture. And do the squeeze test. Well, not bad. Well, so not leaky. It's not a leaky cap. It just looked bad. Joe Tech, how you doing, man? All right, so we're gonna replace it with a better cap than this one. And this one's probably also good, but since we have it here, we're gonna replace it. But first, let's address these vias over here. So, what I like to do is first use an awesome Omega 559 flux that we know and love, made in the USA by a Polish immigrant. Hopefully that doesn't matter too much. And first, let's use the acidity of flux and some relatively high temperature. 370 on the iron. Oh, 10 by 10 sheet and put 4 × 6 rectangle in the corner if the area to be imaged is in the 4 × 6 area and nothing out of the 10 by 10, I can do it. 10 by 10 inches or centimeters. Inches, 10 by, so the maximum size is 10 by 10 inches or 4 × 6? Chamber is 10 by 10. Oh, but the imaging area is 4 × 6, I assume. Okay, so 4 × 6. So the board is slightly bigger than that. So it's a pretty small machine you have, but good to know. I thought it was larger. Just taking a break from repairing Lenovo laptop. Those damn Lenovos. They seem to break a lot more than all the other ones. And actually that the Dell that I got BIOS locked on eBay at a relatively good price that we reset. And whatever we did to the ME or BIOS essentially, it will not update. So every time the new update, Windows 11 update comes in, it just gets stuck at 88% every single time. And I'm thinking that's a feature, not a bug. But that's Dell, right? So okay, look at this VIA. So this is done with nothing but flux. Just flux and temperature. And look how clean it is now. It doesn't even need any, what do you call it, any solder. And we need to do the same thing here. And oh, here's a bad VIA as well. So first, let's give it a drink. Just the acidity of the flux. It's good that it doesn't have much conformal coating. That makes it a lot easier. It actually doesn't look bad. It was just dirty. We're gonna give it a little reflow. There's so little damage. I don't think... Well, you have two ECMs. Did you test both of them? Because it doesn't look like it's an ECM issue. It doesn't look like it to me, but we have a few other measurements that we gotta do to make sure. Okay, Tech, you are correct. Yo, BHR and chat. Slav Tech, how's it going, man? Good to see you. What are you working on? Oh, you don't want the chat on screen? I can do, that's a big scope, small scope over here, or stream like this, or like this. Which one? Or I can just do desk and scope like this, and then no chat on the screen. Now we got some flickering. But yeah, that's the crappy computer. Hopefully the board replacement board is coming from California, so it's still gonna be a few days. It probably won't be fixed until next week. So we'll see. Yeah, they look like corroded, but it looks like it's just a surface corrosion. essentially they just look bad, but they don't seem to be bad. And they measure correctly. If they were truly corroded, I would expect the measurements to be off. And usually they are. Right? But, yeah. VIA looks good. Because this is the pull-up. Alright, so... We also don't know, that would be useful to know if it stalls because it's running rich, or it stalls because it's running lean. That would be very useful to know in this case, because that would tell us if the pull-up is the problem, or the transistor is the problem. Because it will stall on a permanently open injector, and also will have problems starting. It'll start better when it's cold, and I mean not only the engine is cold, but it's also cold outside. But it will stall as soon as it warms up. Okay, this VIA definitely looks worse. It looks a lot worse. Let's see if Flux alone is going to be able to take care of this. Just saying, if it's only YouTube chat, no need for it. But if you're multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube, then you want it. Yeah, I'm not multi-streaming, and just YouTube. I don't even have a Twitch account. And I'm not sure if I want to stream to Twitch. Not that I have anything against that. Not at all. It's like a separate platform. I'm not really familiar with it. I used to watch a lot of Twitch when I was more heavily into StarCraft. Watching all the kinds of tournaments and stuff. But now I don't have time for pleasures like that. Either watching or playing, let alone playing. I would probably not even make a bronze 1 at this point. I used to be platinum 2. Pretty high ranking for an old fart like me. And platinum 1-on-1, not because some people brag about being platinum, but in team team games, that does not impress me. Oh, it cleaned up. It cleaned up nicely. About a year ago, I bought a Age of Empires 4, was it? Yeah, 4. Very nice game. Because I used to play a lot the Age of Empires 2. I had a pretty decent ranking over there as well. But, you know, to be good at that game, you have to play a lot. And to play a lot, you have to have a lot of time. And that's a waste, huge waste of time. Yeah, as long as you select live chat replay, we can see the chat while watching without overlay. I always do, but then when I go to the stream, I don't see the chat. So I'm not sure what the deal is with that. We had 11 people testify last Friday on Alaska Right to Repair Bill 9 oppose. I want to try CO2 blasting for corrosion removal. Small like an airbrush. I've seen these laser rust removers. I mean, it's probably not the best for electronics, but it's amazing. Have you guys used that or seen that? I don't know if that's actually real or is it just, you know, like AI garbage video or fake essentially, but it looks amazing. Looks better than sandblasting. Oh, I love the noise that the laser ones make. Yeah, so they're real? Is that a real thing? I have a fiber laser. It works, but will hard parts. Oh, it'll harden the parts because of the heat. Oh, harm parts. Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are real. All right. What's the price of these things? Not that I need one, but if it's like, you know, not too bad price, maybe I could find some use for it. Whoa, $8,000? Yeah, way outside my budget. Not even close. So, never mind that. Uh, 0.26 and 0.26. So looks like it's reading better now because we were at 0.23 before. So definitely there was some corrosion on those vias. So the reflow should help. And I want this one over here as well. Let's see. Let's see, mine is 60 watts, 60 watt MOPA. But you want CO2 for organics. Right. Well, I do have a CO2 laser, 40 watt. but you know, for the machine behind me over there, those cheap Chinese laser machines. It works. You can do a lot of stuff with it. I was thinking of actually upgrading it, like install the table with you know, adjustable height. Out of focus, that kind of stuff. But I never really got any work to do on it. I invested a lot of money to, you know, in materials and the laser, and created a lot of projects and stuff, but I never really sold anything. So that was a big waste of money. The same with the machine for what is it called? Sublimation printing, right? Both the printer with inks and the machine to actually do it. You can see on my YouTube, on my eBay, there's a listing for cups or the mugs, right? And yeah, I never sold a single one. I had some locals here and inquiries from locals for the hats for the baseball team, but I don't know, we just never really finalized it. And then I had to move and all kinds of stuff, and now the baseball season already started, so I don't think they want it anymore. I don't know. And I just let my wife handle that, right? I just said I don't have time. Get the purchase order, and I'll make the hats. But there's you know, if you want a good hat, the good hat is gonna have a seam in the middle. So for sublimation printing, it's not too good. Also, I can't print on black. I can't print it. It's essentially, you gotta pick one of those hats that is dedicated to sublimation printing. So yeah, causes these are limitations essentially, right? Now there are ways of printing on a black. So you first essentially put the white background and then print on that white background. But again, depending on the kind of project that you're printing, depends on the design. Let's see, you would need a high-speed mirror galvanometer to focus. Yeah, pro baseball team looking for sponsor. My 100-watt CO2 head for 2 years, not fried it up. My BGA machine probe sit in a corner for 3-4 years before I get to it. Yeah, Well, sometimes it's just good to have that equipment, and it feels like you wasted money because you bought it a couple years ago and you made $0 with it. But then the time comes, right? And suddenly you need it, and now you have it, right? As long as you have room to actually store it somewhere, to keep it, essentially, then yeah, I say keep it. You never know when you're gonna need it. Okay, I don't expect this via to be faulty over here, but yeah, it's all good here. I just figured, yeah, let's reflow it. Since flux alone gets the job done really well, and once you heat it up, that solder just kind of flows down to the other side. It restores via very nicely. You don't even need the actual solder. So is this one okay? Yeah, we tested this one. That's fine. Let's see the diodes. Because I had an issue with this diode over here one time. This was what, 12 volt Zener, right? 0.5, and it was like 1.2 in reverse, I think. No, 2.8. Yeah. And this 1.7 almost. And open, no, 2.8, which is good. And this one was Schottky, if I remember correctly. Open in reverse and low drop in forward. Well, actually it's 0.6, but yeah. Yeah, everything good over here. Yeah, I don't think this was an ECM issue, unless it's gonna be the cups. But maybe, hang on, before we do that, let's do a little bit of cleaning over here. Because once you put the cap on, it's a little harder to clean. Not that it matters too much, but also you never know what contaminants are in this whole gunk that is here. So And there we go. So I heard Kevin O'Leary is now investing in data center. He always finds the most scammy businesses to invest in. 2 years ago, or maybe a little more, it was all about crypto. And when asked where's the future, what the future holds, crypto, everything crypto. And he didn't join Sam Bankman-Fried in yes, Mr. Wonderful. So now he's all about AI, and the future is AI. Lately, I think like he might actually be a good predictor of the future, just in the opposite way. So whatever he says is the future is a crappy business. And especially since, you know, no one wants these data centers. And the technology itself is not really viable business-wise. That's why they want subsidies now. Yeah, yeah, that man is so full of it. That's crazy. It's kind of the same as Mark Zuckerberg. At one point, he got lucky, right? So O'Leary like sold like some scammy company for a lot of money, which didn't really work and didn't really produce the value that it was supposed to produce. So essentially, he in a way illegally scammed the buyer. And the same with Mark. You know, at one point he had a good idea, perhaps, and he was approached by venture capitalists or larger company essentially that wanted to buy Facebook, and he did not sell Facebook because he said that, you know, he might not have a similar great idea in the future, right? And of course he was right. I personally, if I came up with Facebook and, you know, and they wanted me to sell out, I would sell out and I would go work on something else, because I consider myself relatively creative, so I wouldn't worry about that. No, I'm never gonna come up with a better business than this. But business of social media is a tricky one. But he was right. So he was aware that he's not creative enough to ever come up with something better than Facebook. And he proved it with his stupid metaverse. And the same with O'Leary, right? You know, at one point he got lucky, that's how he built his capital, and he's been unsuccessful ever since. But for some reason, people listen to him. Or at least some people, right? So now, where is it? Lake Tahoe, right? The power company now in next year, 2027, is going to stop delivering power to the end consumer. Roughly 50,000 people that are going to go without power. because they're going to cater to the data centers, because data centers pay more. And that was one of the comments on my AI video, where someone said that, you know, the more AI companies there are, the better prices there will be. But to which I said that there's no, you know, there's no cheating laws of thermodynamics, because they all have to consume power, and there's only this much power to go around. So if suddenly there's 50 companies, then the price is not going to go down, it's going to go up, and at the expense of people, essentially, because now the companies will no longer cater to people. And I don't know how that is possible in this country, because access to power, access to water, and, you know, access to roads and stuff like that, I think that is protected, or, you know, the government needs to make sure that you have those, you know, things like transportation, water, and stuff, right? I don't think it is even allowed to just, you know, for the sake of making money, just take away power from the citizens of this country, right? The inhabitants, maybe not even citizens, people living here, right? I don't know how that is even possible. Just like, you know, the airlines and stuff, right? They get bailed out by the government because it is, you know, part of the infrastructure of the country. So it's not all about the money. If the company can't make money anymore, they get bailed out by the government because we need to fly. We also need power. I think that is, at this point, in this state of age, it is essentially a human right to have electricity, running water, and stuff like that. Sure, the prices might go up and stuff like that. But you need to be able to actually purchase it. And the same with, you know, because of the tariffs, Walmarts started closing in the areas where it's the only place where local people can purchase food, essentially, to survive. But Walmart doesn't make money, so we're closing Walmart, and no one is talking about the people that are going to suffer from that. So they're not going to bail out the people that are just going to go without power now, but they will bail out freaking AI, Sam Altmans and Anthropics and stuff like that. Crazy. But I think the main issue over here is that we kind of forgot how to be human because of this, call it capitalism. In the comments of my video, when I was making the point of it, that it's, you know, that the AI is not gonna replace the engineers. Few times it was repeated by a few people that, you know, if you calculate it, then you know, you buy $5,000 worth of tokens to create something, right? And if you want to hire a software engineer, it's at least well, whatever, even a junior, like at least $50,000 a year, something like that. And it's not like I'm disagreeing with the numbers, but at what point did we actually stop thinking of humans as humans? Like, we're not talking about tokens, comparing, are tokens going to be cheaper than the human being? You're talking about the human being, not tokens. You can't compare those two. It's like largely desensitized. It's like we're talking about cattle or pigs, not humans. So, well, what exactly is the purpose of doing all that? You're gonna have all the money in the world, but there will be nothing to spend that money on, because all the humans died and you have your AI machines. You're gonna start a family with your AI girlfriend and have AI kids. That's the plan? And I understand that Sam Altman is making that argument because supposedly, according to opinions of some people and historical data and stuff, is a little sociopathic and psychopathic or whatever. So I can at least understand that, but why engineers like myself are defending this, I will never understand. It's crazy. Why would you defend that? Do you even remember what it is to be a human? Because if you don't, then I think you're the one being replaced. If the entire value that you see of yourself or in yourself is just your work output or, you know, your achievements or what have you, then yeah, you will be replaced because the computer can do it faster. Computer can do it better, perhaps, depending on the task, obviously. Yeah. Crazy times. It's like I feel like every year it's getting worse and worse. Every year I make few videos on subjects like these, and I always say that these are crazy times we live in. But they're getting crazier and crazier. Here the power company is government owned, but this is Canada, and it should be. I don't mean by, you know, it should be government owned as socialism and stuff like that. No, it should be government protected. So it's not like the government should make you know, profit from the energy. No, the government should deliver energy to the citizens, and citizens pay taxes. And it's you know, if we don't give our people power, if we don't feed our people, if we don't give our people healthcare, then we're not gonna have people. And if we don't have people, the government without people is pointless and worthless. So yeah, I wish I could live in Canada. But it also gets pretty cold over there. It's a huge country. But the majority of population is in essentially just out across the border from US, right? But now Canada is not going to be letting in Americans, right? Rightfully so. And it actually, I remember that there was the last election, the guy that was kind of pro-Trump, pro such ideas, was leading in the polls and was going to win. Then Trump got elected, and Canadians saw where it leads when you elect people like that, and immediately flipped. So, see, at least one good thing that Trump brought to the world is prevent Canadians from electing essentially similar dictators or authoritarians, or you know, essentially small-minded people, right? And that's what the Republican Party became in the last around, I don't know, around a decade maybe, especially with Trump. And you could say that you know, the extreme views on the other side kind of brought it to life. And there's point to be made, sure. But all the policies that they come up with is essentially delegalizing stuff and making stuff prohibited, and even when it's a non-issue, like men in women's sport, essentially non-issue, because it touches such a, even if the problem exists, because I think it's been kind of blown out of proportions, but if it does, it touches what, the less than 1% of population, while access to healthcare or affordability, you know, those kind of issues, it touch the majority of population. And so it's not like I'm saying that, yeah, let's not do anything about that. Sure, but once we solve the problems that touch the majority of us, then let's focus on, you know, invading other countries and stuff like that. Sure, because Iran has a nuclear weapon potentially, or and now it's so much backfired on Trump. Because now the only way out from this situation is to have another nuclear deal. But obviously it's not going to be as good as we had, you know, from Obama administration. That was torn apart by Trump. And now the best we can hope for is to have a similar but worse deal. So essentially we gained nothing. And the argument that I hear, that as soon as the war is over, the prices of gas are going to start dropping like crazy. They're not going to, if they drop to 50 cents per gallon, then I say, okay, then at least there was some point in invading Iran. But if they drop to what they were before the war, so what did we gain over here, right? It's kind of like, you know, you set fire to my shop, half of my shop burns down, and then you run in with the fire extinguisher and start extinguishing, and you want medal from me that, hey, look how well I put the fire out in your shop, the fire that I started. Right? Obama's deal was never honored, so you should mention that. I mean, it was there. The criticism was that they were still working on enriching uranium, and inspectors were being fooled and stuff like that. And that was kind of similar problem with Nazi Germany in the 30s. After the what was that treaty? No, not the treaty. I see. I lost the word. But essentially, they were limited to, like, they cannot have air force, limited to like 5 vessels, no armed forces, meaning the mechanized vehicles and stuff like that. So they were doing that in secrecy, right? And yeah, the inspectors were being fooled, and then they were not even allowed access to certain areas. And it was kind of the same with Iran. So yeah, there were some problems, but at least if you're gonna tear the agreement apart, then what are you replacing it with? Right now, it has been replaced with nothing, and the gas is $5 a gallon. So where's the win over there, right? So I agree, it perhaps wasn't perfect, and it could have been improved, but this doesn't feel to me like an improvement. Let's see. Nanofix can vouch for how cold it gets. Well, I'm from Poland, so you know it gets pretty cold in Poland as well. So I'm no stranger to cold, but that's why I like South, because I don't like cold. I hate being cold. You were in and North Dakota, it gets down to negative 40 Celsius in winter. Yeah, Michigan, North Dakota, not so much Washington State, but it can also get pretty cold over there. Wyoming, I lived in Wyoming for a while. It can get super cold over there. A couple years ago, the winter was not only super cold, like negative 40 Celsius, even below that, but also it was super long. It was still snowing in May, end of May. So yeah, I remember that winter very vividly. That's why, no, it's not my kind of climate. Yeah, or refineries go into maintenance mode. Actually, the problem with that is that you can't, once you start drilling for oil and the oil keeps keeps coming, you can't stop that. If you do stop, as they had to do now, it's not like they can just immediately restart it. Number one. Number two, even if you restart it, and it might take a couple months to restart, it's not going to perform the same way it performed before. And there are permanent changes to that, well, call it infrastructure. It has to do with, has to do with geology and chemistry. So it's not a simple problem of just turning off for a couple months and then turning it back on and everything works like it did. So all those that decision of invading Iran is gonna have, already has, but it's gonna have major repercussions on many economies in the world. And as you can see, it doesn't really matter how powerful the Navy, the US Navy is, or US Army, or whatever, US Armed Forces, because Iran, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, they never actually attacked any ships, because all they have to do is just announce on the radio that the strait is closed, and immediately repercussion of that is that the insurance company no longer provide insurance for the ships. So the ships are not going to cross without the insurance, even if nothing happens. The risk is too high. So they just say we close the strait, and even if they have only speedboats with grenade launchers or bazookas or whatever, because all their ships are sank, it doesn't matter. Plus, it's not like Iraq or Afghanistan. Iran is a huge country. It's a very difficult geography. So even if you wanted to actually, overturn the regime or something, put the boots on the ground, it's not like Iraq or Afghanistan. Speed clutch go. You can rip up a deal that has been violated and flush down the toilet years before. Well, again, it wasn't perfect, but it was there, and it did work, right? Yeah, sure, there was plenty of kind of propaganda peddlers, just saying that it's worthless, it doesn't work, and stuff like that. But what do we have instead, right? Is it better now without the deal, or is it worse? Even crappy deal is better than no deal. So that's my main point. It's if there was a competent strategy or competent leaders that decided that we're gonna replace the deal that was ripped out, that was being violated and flushed down the toilet before, and we're going to replace it with something better, and the gas prices go down, then I say yes, definitely. But if instead we just rip the deal without really thinking about the consequences and the long-term plan, what's that going to bring? Because the Iran went back to enriching uranium because, well, you blame them. That's all they can do. And I think they, because sure we backed out from the deal. So now Iran is going to start enriching uranium in an effort to strike another deal, better deal for them now, right? But instead, our leaders decided that we're gonna just use the force. So naturally, Iran is using force as well. We kind of started it as a country. We started it, right? It was completely optional war. No. Even if Iran had nuclear capabilities, US is not within the range. And even if US was within the range of their ballistic missiles, we have a anti-missile barrier, right? One of which is in Poland, actually, right? So before the ballistic missiles can even reach the Atlantic Ocean, they are shut down by the barrier, by the protection, system, anti-ballistic defense mechanism. So there was literally zero upside, zero danger to our country, and you know, very big downside of paying $5 a gallon, and it might go as high as $9, some economists say. So, you know, if it does, you know, everything is expensive when the gas is expensive. So that's why no previous president wanted to invade Iran. Biden didn't, Obama didn't, even Bush didn't. Because, yeah, the repercussions are really, really serious. So I know for some reason Trump gives himself a credit that, well, no one could do it before and I did it. Well, there's a reason no one did it before. And now we are seeing the consequences of that. Now we're seeing why they never did before. Oh, the long part, what gets me, I'm originally from Connecticut, and winter was way shorter there. Right, yeah. Hello, I'm attending my first live stream of yours. Should be fun. All right, welcome, Justin. Justin. Okay, I struggle with reading names. I'm sorry about that. Sadly, it's hard to start a new munitions company over regulated. Yeah. I don't like Trump, but it almost sounds like you are trying to blame him for something he has nothing to do with. He just pointed out the reality and you blame him. Well, two answers or 2 points. Number one, first rule of leadership, everything is your fault, even if it's not your fault. Gas was expensive when Biden was president. Whose fault is it? It's Biden's fault because he's the president, right? You can't just blame the previous president. I know every president does, but you can't blame the previous president that they created the problem, and I'm just dealing with the problem. You may have not created the problem, but it's your responsibility. So one thing, when Trump got elected and the first, I don't know, 6 months or something, one thing that I was saying that one thing that works well for Trump is that the gas prices were high when Biden was in power, and now the gas prices are low, and they were close to $2 and a few cents per gallon. And then he invaded the Iran optional war. We were not provoked. There was no immediate danger to our country, so it was completely optional. He didn't have to do it. Some people say that it was a distraction from Epstein files. I don't know, I don't care. We did it unprovoked, and so yes, I blame him for those 2 reasons. Number one, it's always your fault when you're the president. Number two, this was optional. We could have probably used diplomatic means of resolving problems that you're referring to. I'm not denying that there were problems and stuff, but you know, we didn't have to tear down the agreement. Maybe what we should have done was to improve the oversight or something like that. I don't know, but we didn't necessarily have to just say nope, no more deal, and nothing to replace it with, right? And then to start bombing the other country, not to mention threatening the you know, annihilating a civilization or population of a country. It's unheard of. Imagine if Biden did something like that, or Obama. It would be non-stop 24/7 Fox News special. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just looking at it in a very simplistic way. Yeah. Let's see. I see a fire, and I call the fire department to come out. To come out. It Come put it out. Yeah. That doesn't mean I started the fire. I'm just the person who brought attention to the fire. So who's the fire department, and who how did the fire come about in this analogy? So I didn't get it. I mean, your analogy makes sense, but I don't know how it applies to actually reality. You know what I mean? Drill, drill, drill. Open area to drill. Lottery it. Lottery would be fair. One ticket per EIN. 1970s. It started. Before most of us were a sperm cell. We don't know what the future will bring. I am optimistic. I'm glad you're optimistic. It's very hard for me to stay optimistic, I gotta tell you, but because there's like so many things going wrong, you know, even without the war in Iran, even without the high gas prices, that whole AI bubble, the unaffordability, you know, all this stuff. It's just like everything is piling up and getting worse and worse, and I don't see any. There's no relief, you know. At least when a pandemic came about, yeah, it was hard at first. Then a lot of businesses were created because, you know, if you have needs, then you have problems. Then companies that find solutions, you know, kind of start thriving, right? So a lot of startups came about. So there was a lot of jobs in at least in my sector. Sure, if you're a a waiter or you know, something like that, or you have a restaurant, or you know, then yeah, it doesn't really work for you, sure. But at least there was some upside, right? And then after the pandemic, the job numbers started looking better. Prices dropped. You know, Biden was elected. There was a lot of optimism, and it felt like things were going better, right? As soon as Trump got elected, 401k was first to drop. Then scammy, you know, Tesla, well, not Tesla, the Musk essentially, right, causing issues, gutting government, firing a whole bunch of people, which stopped all the, you know, government contracts. So suddenly people relying on those contracts, or working for the companies that have contracts and subsidies and stuff from the government, suddenly no more. Then the tariffs. Suddenly, you know, I was planning on pushing my business into like different areas, and you know, I started developing connections with you know, Chinese manufacturers or manufacturers across the world, and suddenly all those prices went way up. Then that uncertainty. It's one day it was a 10% tariff, the other day it was 50% tariff, and back to 20. Then the tariffs were paused for 90 days or what have you. Then markets don't like uncertainty, so all the investments, everything was kind of put on hold, on pause. So the hiring went on pause. So suddenly it was super hard to find any kind of work, and then after tariffs, the war in Iran, high gas prices, and now it feels like it can't even get worse, but I'm sure it can. I hope it won't, but did you like electronics repair tech at a young age? Yeah, about 7 maybe. So yeah, I started early. My uncle, may he rest in peace, was in electronics, so I was kind of introduced to electronics really early. Speculation is what's causing the high prices. Yeah, and that's another problem, because now, just like when the pandemic started and we started receiving the stimulus checks, then majority of that stimulus went into crypto. People started buying shitcoins, right? Now, if we get another stimulus, it's going to be the same thing, but now all the money are going to go to speculation markets or prediction markets, or whatever, the futures market or whatever. Essentially, it's another crypto boom, right? Only a select few will make money from the people who want easy money. Diplomatic means for 45 years has failed. All right. Well, I'm not saying it's easy. You know, I don't know much about that, but I do know that this doesn't feel better, right? The aggressive means, right? Maybe diplomatic means didn't work. Remember when the Iranian enrichment plant exploded because U.S. intelligence essentially injected a malicious code to their infrastructure and caused the centrifuges to essentially explode, right? That was good, right? That was impressive, but we don't have engineers like that anymore. They all retired, and then they're going to be replaced with AI, and there's no way AI can come up with something like that. So yeah, other than diplomatic means, you can use actual intelligence instead of just flying over and dropping bombs. Again, the geography of that country really makes it nearly impossible to just use bombs. There's so many mountains, caves and stuff. They can move all the infrastructure very deep underground with very minimum effort because of that. So that's not going to work, and we can see that it isn't. How did you form these relationships with Chinese manufacturers, and how hard was it? Did you use Chinese platforms? Have to communicate in Chinese? I cannot communicate in Chinese. Well, other than, like, maybe using auto translate and stuff like that. And when you talk to people, then in China, their English, you have to understand their English. Their English is not English, right? So in a way, yeah. How did I form it? Essentially, I didn't have any insider people or anyone over there. Just from one person to another person, one seller to another seller, just asking around. And I found few manufacturers, like relatively small manufacturers, that would allow me to order under $5,000 worth of merchandise, right? Actually manufactured with my logo and my, essentially it would seem like it's my product, right? White label, essentially product. it didn't require any insider knowledge or any people on the inside to form these. So maybe not close relations with them, but enough that they would send me catalogs and with the prices and stuff and discounts and minimum purchase order, right? Minimum purchase quantity, that kind of stuff, right? So anything that you could do as well, but if you just Google that, you're gonna find nothing. But I had to spend some time going from seller to seller, just kind of being referred to other people and find them that way. And then it all went to crap. But suddenly I was going to start importing the BGA stations, and I had really good price on the SC Pro, right? I can sell it for roughly $1,000 in US, and I would get them for like $450, something like that. So I was thinking of selling them for like anywhere from $650 to $850 maybe, right? Depending on how many you get, and supply other companies over here, right? So not selling them directly to consumers. On top of that, I have my own software, and I was gonna bundle that and all kinds of stuff. And then suddenly, day over day, essentially overnight, suddenly the price jumped to $900. And I said, dude, I can't even sell it for $900 over here. So no deal. Manufacturers on AliExpress or a Chinese websites apps, you putting your logo on their product is like what Northbridge Fix does and sells for really high prices. Yeah, well, again, this would be similar, yeah, but I would just sell it at the essentially same prices you would get on AliExpress individual product, right? But instead of paying for individual product, I would just pay for a big batch. So maybe 40% discount, 50% discount, right? So it's not overpriced. It's essentially the same price you get on AliExpress, but you get it from me and you get it in US, right? So you got faster shipping, closer, right? How come you haven't got a website for BHR? I do. blackhorserepairs.com. Everyone should be able to own a nuke. Yeah, I was thinking about that. We don't want Iran to have nuke because reasons. But with how our country right now is being run, would you be surprised if now the Europe said that US cannot own nukes because of the unstable government, right? Same principle, right? We don't want Iran to own a nuke because they're not being reasonable, and it's a dictatorship, it's a regime, right, and unstable with radical beliefs and stuff like that. But we joined the ranks with radical governing and essentially madness. Yeah. So I would say it's fair if now Europe says that no more nukes for US until you sort your, until you get your crap together, essentially, right? Oh, I found your website. My bad, didn't look in the description. Yeah. Opinions on North Korea, pretty crazy. I don't really have opinions on North Korea. It's a regime as well, at an expense of people that live there. I've seen few documentaries on that essentially concentration camp that they have over there, and the way they essentially rule their people is like the most ruthless way you can imagine. Because if you say something that the regime doesn't like, or do something that the regime doesn't like, it's not only you that go to the concentration camp, or you know, it's you, your family, even your neighbors, right? So it's crazy. So they need to self-police, right? If you can go to, essentially you can go to jail because your neighbor did something, right? Then you know you're gonna be damn sure that nobody around you does anything that the government doesn't like. If you can call it government, it's a regime essentially. So I've seen few documentaries on people who escaped from that situation, right? They were in that camp, and they were, because partially that's, you know, they're brainwashed, right, by propaganda, and they were even testifying that they would give their life for the you know, supreme leader, and the only reason they are no longer brainwashed is because they, for some reason, the supreme leader punished them for something. They went through that horrible experience, they escaped, and that's what opened their eyes to the reality, right? That it's actually not, the supreme leader is actually not that great, right? But the majority, well, people who never went through that, then you know, they're blindly following the leader, because that's all they know, right? It's not like they have internet or TV, or they have any capabilities of forming their own objective opinion, or pick side, or you know, make informed decision on whether they want to be a part of the regime or not. You're just born into it, and that's the reality. So yeah, I don't really, beyond that, I don't know much about North Korea. As far as I know, their nuclear capability is only a perception. There is a perception, especially on their side, that they have nuclear capabilities, and yeah, they do like some testing and stuff like that, but they don't actually have ballistic capabilities to deliver, even if they do have working nukes. You know, if you are a tyrannical government or dictatorship, you're not gonna educate people. You're not gonna have educated people, and you're not gonna attract people from different countries to come to North Korea to work on your weapons and stuff like that. So it appears that they're essentially incompetent in this endeavor. So it kind of seems like they're building weapons and stuff like that, but they don't actually work. That destroyer they built, right? and they don't have dry dock, so they essentially just you know, pushed it into the water and immediately it capsized, right? Or it sank essentially immediately after hitting the water. So you know, that shows you the level of competence. So yeah, they're working on it, but it's not going to be easy for them to actually get that capability. My God, it's so cold here. The AC kicked in again, and it's crazy how cold it gets. Normally when I keep moving and walking around the shop and stuff like that, it's not too bad. But when I do longer sessions of sitting down, then I can really feel it. Could use some hot coffee. But what time is it? It's almost 5, so the coffee is not gonna be hot anymore. Well, gentlemen, I'm glad you're optimistic, Stephen. I wish I could share your optimism, but it's not quite my decision whether I want to be well. I want to be optimistic, but it doesn't feel optimistic. Know what I mean? So let's hope it's gonna get better sooner rather than later. And it's not gonna be too late to fix certain problems. Although certain problems caused by this administration so far is not something that can be easily fixed, meaning the entire generation might pay the price. Same with the Strait of Hormuz. You know, even if it's opened today and everything goes back to normal essentially, the repercussions of what has been done already, it's not going to come down, right? The prices of oil are not going to come down right away. Say it's going to take another couple months before they even start coming down. And they are very unlikely to come down to the levels pre-war, right? It's hard to bring prices down after they were inflated, be it reasonably or essentially for no reason. And in this case, it was essentially for no reason. Or at least not the one that can be easily articulated to me. You voted for no war. Well, when Trump was when he was campaigning, right? He promised no new wars. So if you voted for Trump because you didn't want new wars, then yeah, you are right to feel cheated. That's not what was promised, but that's what was no new wars in first term. Yeah. I don't know, in general, in US we always do wars on stuff. War on drugs, war on high prices, All kinds of stuff. Whoa. What has happened here? This one seems to be original. Let's see. First, I voted for no. First term, no new wars. Very cheated. Tariffs, no income tax. Yeah. Now we have both. Yeah. Well, it was unconstitutional to actually introduce tariffs unilaterally by the executive branch of the government, aka the office of the president, because it is a tax and it should be voted by Congress. The same with the war in Iran, right? The war was not approved by Congress. So yeah, crazy. All right, this one has all original cuts. This one is original, but these usually don't blow or don't leak. This is original, and it leaked a lot. And as you can see, we have plenty of damage. It's crazy. So that's why this one stopped working initially, and the customer replaced it with that other one. But this one will not be easy to repair. We're gonna have to do a little bit of grinding here, and probably, well, we're gonna have to restore some traces. Let's see. There. The back looks good, but the back is never the problem. Yeah, a lot of vias. Let's do a quick measurement here. I have no idea what this is. How did this come about? It looks like someone just scraped it over here many times. Many times. Actually, these two vias look surprisingly good. Transistors look good too. Unusual. Yeah, we got 0.6 on this one, and we got 0.27 on this one. So we have no pull-up, which means two injectors are either constantly stuck open. We got 0.27, and here we have short. No. Why was I measuring short over there? Yeah, I think I touched the wrong thing. We got 0.6 over here. So, two injectors are not working properly. And it's either because they are constantly open or they never open. And it can be either over here. So let's see. So this one, which one was it? This one. So do we have the connection here? Okay, our connection here is missing. Here is fine. So we have no connection to our pull-up. Yeah. So this trace, or because the trace goes here. it looks... Huh, that's weird. Where is it broken? Let's see. And here are... maybe here? That's weird. So we have to route the cable from here to here. And then these vias look like they are completely done. Where's my... This is not going to be easy. But the other injector works, so the car should have been running at least a little bit on on two injectors essentially. So first, let's. This cup is probably completely dry. And it's bone dry, because that's the one that leaks. Professional capacitor removal. No soldering iron, no hot air. Yeah, taxation without representation, without our representation, yeah. Well, you know, if you convince half the country before election that tariffs are being paid by China, then, you know, that's what you get. So many people were convinced that it's the China that pays the tariffs. And my argument was, if that be the case, then how come China cannot just say that we have to pay taxes to them, right? Or any country to any other country. You don't have jurisdiction in other countries, right? Why is... Oh, there you go. I guess the chat stopped at some point, at least the one on the screen. There you go. Okay, this is gonna smell horrible because we have a electrolyte on the board. And this is gonna be a pretty difficult one. But it actually doesn't look too bad over here. Looks like the Vias took the worst hit. Not traces. The traces don't look too bad. There's plenty of corrosion all over. Okay. Then what I do is I just drown it in flux and give it a little reflow, and that's what we're gonna do. I denied all work this week. One left in the queue. Then me time. Good for you, man. Good for you. I can't really afford to not to take a day off. I haven't had the day off in so long that it's crazy. I'm getting tired. All right, let's do a little bit of reflow. So this does two things. Number one, it obviously is going to interact or react with the mixture of conformal coating and electrolyte. Number two, conformal coating is going to mix with the flux, and it's going to be easily removed by alcohol. It will also clean up a lot of this and reveal all the corrosion as well. Is citric acid going to neutralize the electrolyte? At this point, I'm not worried about the chemistry of the electrolyte because it's been sitting here for years. So I don't think it has any acidity anymore. It's more about actually cleaning. 45% vinegar, yeah? That would work too. Haven't had time to do much chemistry lately. But I was working on a neutralizer for my flux, right? If you unable to clean it in some places, although it cleans really easily, so I don't think that's anybody's problem. Or, you know, I don't think anyone has this problem with my flux. But if you can't clean it in some cases, then you want to neutralize it. But I was thinking of potassium metabisulfite to neutralize it. But I didn't get around to actually testing that. It would essentially just be a mixture of distilled water and potassium metabisulfite. Like essentially kind of a cleaner, right? Stop the process. Oh, right, the vinegar will stop the process of corrosion. there. And now let's do a little bit of brushing. So this should reveal a lot of places where corrosion ate away the traces. And we're gonna have to do a lot of grinding here probably, because those vias look really bad, but sometimes they look bad but they actually work because they just developed surface corrosion, but the integrity is there, and sometimes they corrode all the way through. It depends on so many factors, and most important factor is environmental. That you can't really expect consistent results on these machines, right? Some of them come super corroded, some of them look like new. You see that the cup, also whether you use them or not, right? I had a couple cases where the cup leaked. It drowned the board in electrolyte, but the car was not being used for years. So if you just have electrolyte but no electricity passing through it, then the corrosion is minimized. And actually in those cases it just essentially looked like new ECM. I just cleaned the electrolyte and there was essentially new board underneath. But this is not going to be such case, obviously. Right, it already smells better. I can see a few traces that were eaten away, yes. Well, we do know that we are missing a trace from this via to this resistor. These are the two pull-up resistors that are pulling up the collectors on these two. They're pulling up the bases, not collectors. Collectors, these ones, are connected to bases of these two transistors, essentially keeping them closed. And then the ECM pulls the bases low, which which essentially, when these go low, these go high, right? It's a reversed control. So low side controls the opening. So if the ECM produces low signal, the injector opens. If it produces high signal, the injector closes. It's very common on injector lines for some reason. Someone thought, or someone decided that this was a good idea, and that's how it works. Can I cut them even lower? There we go. That'll make it easier. There. Oh, smell is awful. Where is this? Come on. Damn. Doesn't want to clean up very easily. That is weird. We're dealing with some weird chemistry here now. Or it just looks like it. Where are you? Over here. And it doesn't want to focus correctly. Okay. So that's point number 1. I think it's still holding here. There was a little bit of solder left, I guess. Now let's see if we can clean it on this side and how well we can clean it. This is probably the most badly corroded one I've seen in a while. We may need to replace the tip with something a little bigger for this. I'm not sure yet, but let's see. If we keep scraping, the corrosion might get removed. Okay, we definitely have no trace over here. The chat died. Too much politics, I guess, huh? Well, you know how it is with ECM and rants. Although this one was not labeled as rant, but I guess it became one. What are you gonna do? Let's see. How is this going? I got distracted by you cleaning the board. It's like ASMR. Alright, well, I guess instead of just sitting here looking at the camera and talking about politics, that's what I should have been doing this whole time. Right? But I got distracted by my thoughts as well. So that's my bad. Okay. We got some over here. Let's keep scraping these. Yeah, sometimes it looks like the trace is still there because the corroded trace just kind of left this shadow after itself, right? The ghost of the trace. So it looks like the trace is there, but it's actually just a footprint of where the trace used to be. Well, we'll see that. We'll confirm that with the multimeter, of course. I'm gonna be dropping more because I don't know how many wicks I have available in the store. I know I have a couple orders pending, and I got about 6, maybe 7 over here in stock. But I just printed more cases. I just have to make more, so I will drop more wick soon. But as you can see, for purposes like this, it can work pretty well. All right, some of these vias are not too bad. Obviously, the cap is gonna, because it's better to do it this way, or maybe not better, because it kind of depends. But a little safer to do it like this first before you grab the grinding pen. And when you use grinding pen, you also introduce a lot of little shavings and stuff, right? And they will mix with your flux. The flux might be easily cleanable, but those shavings might stay behind. Then the ECM develops some problems because of that, because there's higher conductivity somewhere, that kind of stuff. So it's better to first use the wick in this way and then start grinding. And as you can see, it produces pretty good results. So let's see. Are we gonna have connection here? Yeah, the trace is good. Let's see, this one to this one. Nope. So either this one. Oh yeah. So this via is good, but this via is not. And looks like it's not even making it to the diode over here. Yeah, so this via is completely gone. So let's see. Let's try to fry it up a little more. see if this will just restore it by itself, or we're gonna have to do the wire. We're probably gonna have to wire it up because it looks like the via might be good, but it disconnected from the trace. Probably. So we'll see that in a second. Yeah, all that nasty gunk, that's the electrolyte. The brown substance. So probably the via is gone as well. But to me, it kind of looks like it just the via disconnected from the trace. And we have $5. $5 from Steven. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I don't get a lot of these. It's good to get them out. Oh, thoughts, good to get them out. Yeah, I guess. I've always used cheap multimeters, and I finally spent the money and got a good one from eBay. It's a Philips PM2534. I'm not familiar with that one. I thought you would say Fluke, but I agree. Fluke, you know, just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's actually superior to the cheap ones. Joey, how you doing, man? Hi, folks. Hope you're all doing well. Missed the start. Yeah, we've been going for a while now. I don't know how long, but probably over an hour, over 2 hours, maybe now even. Oh yeah, because we started at 2:30. It's 5:30. 4 hours? Damn, that's a long stream. For me, at least. But I would like to finish this ECM. But also, that's what happens when instead of working, you just keep yapping about politics and geopolitics and AI and stuff, right? So I kind of did it to myself. Yeah, that looks like the via disconnected from the trace. 2+ hours. Hour discussing multi-angle blood-sucking parasites. What happened so far with the ECU? So this is the second one. The first one looked good. I don't think there was anything wrong with the first one. Perhaps that cap was causing issues. This one, on the other hand, this one was the original that came with the truck, Mazda b2600, and it was replaced with that other one, right? So obviously, one of the things we got to do here is to make a recommendation which one to put in the truck. So obviously, the other one. This one is original. It stopped working, and it was replaced. And it stopped working because of this cap that leaked and did all this damage over here, all this corrosion. So we have to restore this one to the point of usability. And as you can see, this will take a little while, and we're not even at the point of grinding yet. So we're gonna grind over here all of this. And instead of using the via, because it's not connected on the other side, so we don't care, we're going to connect the capacitor to this trace and this via. That's how I typically do it when this via is completely gone. Because there is no point in restoring the via if there is nothing on the other side, right? Now this via, on the other hand, this one connects to the other side and connects to this diode. And right now it connects to nothing. But the question is this via even working a little bit? To find out, yeah. So the via is good. It's just not connecting on the other side of the board. So that's our problem here. So all we need to do is just run a wire through this via, connect it to this diode over here, and make sure that this via is good. But I think we already did we? Yeah. So technically this is good, which you wouldn't think that this is good, but it is. It doesn't look good, but it works. But let's scrape a little bit over here. And surprisingly, this cup C3 doesn't look bad, because normally C3 always looks bad. Almost on every single ECM. And this one, probably the worst corrosion I've seen, but C3 looks good. Crazy. Let's scrape as much as we can before grinding. Now this via is probably good, but we'll see in a second. There's definitely a lot of mud. It's turning into this kind of mud because it mixes with the flux, the electrolyte, the old electrolyte, also with a little bit of conformal coating, mixing with the flux, and it makes this nasty, stinky mixture. Now with this, iron oxide from the tin, yeah, probably. Probably. And I don't remember how this trace goes. I have pictures and I have another ECM that we can take a look at, but I don't have pictures on this computer. I have pictures on the other computer. So let's grab the replacement to see the traces. Right, Steven? We will probably be here for another hour or so. With ECUs, are the original cups usually one brand, or are they a mixture? Another channel I watch had the ECU and cuts wanted him to customer wanted him to replace the electrolytic cups. He did, even though they looked okay. Yes, actually I did mention that earlier in the stream. Cups are surprisingly very important, the quality of the cups. I ordered cheap cups and I started putting them on these, and luckily that was a local customer. He received the ECM and he said that it doesn't run very well. It's like the gas pedal is too sensitive and it kind of like stutters a little bit. And I got the ECM back. I measured everything. I looked at everything. Everything seemed good. But I figured I gotta do something, right? So I removed all the cups that I replaced, the cheap ones, and replaced them with roughly 4 times as expensive cups. And gave the ECM back, and all the problems went away. So yes, recently I found out that that is true. That is absolutely correct. You need a good quality cups for this to work. Toyota Land Cruiser. What year was it? Was it from the 90s or a little younger one? Okay, so this is the one, and okay, so we don't connect to this VI over here. This VI is separate. Okay. All right, so we just need to restore this one, because it kind of looked like the trace was going over here, but no, this is just a completely damaged board over here. So the trace only goes here. This VIA is unrelated here. It's not connected to anything. It does awfully look like it, but it's because, yeah, it's completely eaten away. Crazy how much damage from one. Yeah. Okay. '97, yes, yes. Yeah, sometimes, you know, because you said that the cups look good, um, but you know, sometimes it's not only about cups drying or leaking and stuff. Sometimes they just develop higher ESR and just don't provide the uh, properties that you expect from the cups, right? Capacitors is one component that just ages. Oh, did I measure the cheap caps after I replaced? I did not actually, but I have them here somewhere. These ones, those red ones, right? The same as this one, or at least it looks the same. I'm not sure if it's the same manufacturer, but they are super cheap compared to the good caps. They are technically 105. Let's see. Oh, yeah. 400, over 400 milliohms. And this is supposed to be low ESR cap 105. Or actually 125. Well, it's at 50, so they're expected to have a little higher ESR, but still, that's not the ESR you want to see on the new cap straight from the factory. Well, that was the problem. I replaced these caps with the black ones, the good ones, 105s, and the problem went away. So I don't know exactly what the issue with this cap is, but something's not right. All right. Now we gotta do a little bit of grinding. See what we working with here. Because some of these, well, all of these traces are essentially eaten away, but the meter is saying that, you know, there is connection, sure, but it could be, you know, a very, very thin layer of copper. So if we leave it like that, it might develop problems over time. But it actually doesn't look too bad so far. So far, it looks like there's plenty of copper left. Well, where there is copper. Yeah, man. Here we have. Yeah, there's plenty of copper here. It's just not making it to the via. All right. Fake cups. It would be interesting to see how out of specs those cups are. Well, they have high ESR. You wanna see more specs? This one will show us a lot higher ESR, because they always do. Yeah, this one's showing 630. 0.3% V loss, not high. 41 mic, this should be 47. So, not hugely out of specs. It's probably because of that high ESR. That's why it didn't work. Likely has changed when volted up. Could be. Yeah, the Land Cruiser is in Grand Canary Island, and recapping allowed it to start okay, but they apparently noticed wide puffs of smoke twice. No coolant leaks, supposedly. Well, that usually means head gasket if you have white smoke from the tailpipe, but not necessarily. Sometimes it's thermostat. Okay, now let's get this off. My neck is killing me today. And I'm curious, why do we not have connection between this transistor and the pull-up? Because I don't see any break in the trace. All right. Now, do we have this via clean, or do we have to clean it still? We have to clean it on the other side. Although, no, actually we don't have to. New Retro Repair, how you doing, man? Hey Raf, chat. Don't think I've ever seen someone work on an ECM. This is interesting. Looks like a lot of corrosion on this board. Leaky cups? Yes, sir. Leaky cup. It's very common on this particular type of ECM. And yes, this is probably the most the worst one I've ever worked on, or at least one of the worst ones. All right, so we don't have to, because the via over here goes to the other side and it connects correctly. It just disconnected from the trace, so we just have to restore this trace over here. So let's try this. This is older batch, so it's a little crusty, difficult to squeeze. I need to open a new one. And let's see. First, let's do some tinning here. Not too much. And let's see if I can get some solder on the via and then do the wire. Yeah, that should work. And let's do the generous amount of solder over here. And over here. Do a little more wax and let it just flow. Let it flow. This is ground. So usually with ground like this, I like to actually cut the little copper tape and do a proper restoration rather than wires. But it works the same way. However, with wires, you gotta use few wires, not just one tiny wire. So I just route it 3, maybe 4 times back and forth, and that provides a nice connection. So let's find, are we going to be able to find the tape? And this is the part, the least enjoyable part, to actually cut the tape of the right size, position it, and solder it on. You don't want too much, you don't want too little. Need 2 hands for this. And this is probably one of the reasons why we have readings, the readings are off on this injector line, because we are not making connection to the ground. The meter is not sitting on the ground, so base to ground is reading differently because base emitter is a diode. Yes, there's a lot of suspicious looking vias, and we're gonna have to restore all of them. So now the hardest part, we gotta get a little bit of solder here on the tip. That should be enough. Then hold the tape because it's gonna want to move, and solder on one side. And the same on the other side. But did I remove enough coating over here? Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Okay, now hold it here and solder here. And come on, let it flow. Did that do it? Looks like it. Should be good. Now do we have, is that control transistor grounded? Is the question. Well, the meter says that it is. Even though it kind of looks like it's broken here, but it isn't. So that should be good. And do we have connection now? Yeah, and all right. So the MCU is grounded now. So now the MCU should work, but we still have no... well, first let's restore this via over here, or this connection over here, because we have no connection from here to here. And I don't know, is this where the broken trace is? Doesn't look like it. But maybe now we could put a big blob of solder over here, but I'm always kind of skeptical about doing stuff like that, you know? So let's get the actual wire. We don't need much. Come on, wire. Let's thin it first and then solder it on. I think that'll do. Should be fine. And to make it easier, I'm gonna solder it on over here first, and then bend it, then cut it. That should be the easiest way to do it. Oh, I love using Swan Morton scalpel blade for this kind of scraping. They have nice curved blades. I'll drop a link. Let me take a look. Maybe I should get one of these. I mean, I prefer grinding pan because I just kind of got used to it, I guess. But I'm always looking for new tools and stuff. Let's maybe solder it over here for now. Oh, come on. Stay in place. Okay, and the reason I'm doing it this way is because the longer wire is easier to work with than the short wire, because you solder it on one side, but then it gets hot, and you try to solder it on the other side, but the first side is lifting because it got hot. So that should make it easier for us. And I need second hand, I guess. There. Now this should be easy. Hopefully. Flex it up a bit. And there, come on. There. And just to be sure, I'm gonna press on it. And that should do it. Looking tidy, yeah. It's beginning to look like traces now. Now and the other side. All right, the via is restored, the trace is restored. Looks like your YouTube settings, filter links, Raf. Just search Amazon for Swan Morden blade number 10, the handle. Yeah. I don't know how to set it up or how to turn it off. So if I know I didn't turn it on, so it must be on by default. Or it's just a YouTube policy that they don't allow links to be pasted in live chat. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Alrighty, a little smoke break. As they say, a little appetite suppressant, because I forgot to eat again. But I did have breakfast though, so it's not like I'm empty stomach all day. Smoking at the bench, very Italian. I do the same, but vape. Yeah, a lot of technicians do the vapes. I don't know. I used to do the vape back in the day. But I noticed like it's probably because of the quality of vapes that I was using were not too good. But I noticed like weird coughing and stuff like that, you know. So I just figured it's probably not good for you either. I mean, neither is, right? But yeah, I didn't like the vapes. But then after I used vapes for a while, and I bought a pack of cigarettes. I didn't like them. They didn't taste good. Then I had to get used to smoking cigarettes again after vaping. I'm not Italian, by the way. I'm Polish, but I guess it's also a Polish thing. If it's Italian thing, it's probably Polish thing as well. Or let's call it European thing. It's good to give your eyes a rest from that board. Actually, back in the day when I used the optical scope, it would really... Yes, I understood arrest, not arrest. When I used to use the optical scope, I still have it. That would really put a lot of... my eyes would hurt a lot. And that mainly has to do with the eyes constant... Because it's kind of like wearing glasses, right? So they would constantly have to adjust the focal length. And it would get my eyes really tired. But when I switched to digital scopes with the display, all my problems of of my eyes hurting after a while went away. So I definitely recommend digital scopes for that very reason. But also, to me, it doesn't really matter because I don't have stereo vision, so I don't have depth perception. So stereoscope really doesn't make any difference to me. So everything I see in reality is kind of like what you see on the screen. If you have good eyes and you need that stereo vision, then yeah, this kind of scope is not going to replace that. But again, in my case, it doesn't matter, so I prefer these. And my eyes don't really hurt even after hours of working like this. The price of cigarettes here in Holland are crazy, but I still buy them. Yeah, Luxembourg is still around... No, that's Luxembourg. Yeah, Luxembourg is still around €650 a pack. €650 a pack, so that's maybe $8 around there. So, you know, the ones that I buy are 11 bucks. American spirits. They're expensive, but they're much better for you than those toxic cigarettes. You can tell the differences as well. British here, well, American now. I went to what is that? Tenerife once, and my gosh, smokes were too cheap. I was chain smoking 40 a day there. Yeah, if they're cheap, yeah, you kind of let it go. Yeah. I'm off for now. Let farmer life attacks. Yeah, you gotta feed your kitties. I used to smoke American Spirits, non-filtered. I didn't know they even sold non-filtered American Spirits, unless that was a long time ago. There is about 2 or 3 regular cigarettes in one of them. Oh. All right, so a lot of tobacco. I used to smoke and chew. I was never into chew, but I used to do that sniffing tobacco. I liked that, but I was super young. Wasn't even 18 yet. But you know, I grew up in times where when everybody smoked, so that was kind of a normalized thing. So you know, I was like 17 when I was smoking regularly with my mom. I had to quit due to heart problems. I got my pacemaker, defibrillator. I did the snuff also. Yeah, it's not good for you. That's why they're expensive. That's why smoking is not allowed anymore in many places. And that's the way it goes, which is a good thing. But again, you know, it's kind of hard to blame our generation for it because it was normalized back then. But you know, in all fairness, we didn't know. We didn't know all the repercussions of, you know, health impact on your health of smoking back then, right? Yeah, smoking on the bus, train, everywhere. Yeah, hotels. Actually, about a decade, maybe a little over a decade ago, my wife was with me in Poland. That was before our son was born. For an American to stay in Poland for longer duration than 3 months, you need essentially like a European green card, something like that. But to bypass that rule, we just had to leave the Schengen zone, even for a little while. So we used to go to Ostrava in Slovakia. So while in Poland it was already not allowed to smoke anywhere, Slovakia was a little bit behind. So we went over there, and in the hotel lobby you could smoke. Cigarettes were cheap. Everywhere you could smoke, on the train station. Yeah. So that was new to us. Yes, Slovakia was a little bit behind on those rules. Although they were already in European Union, but outside the Schengen zone. And that was the whole point, to leave the Schengen zone. So we're connected here, but not here. So our breakage is somewhere in between here, somewhere on this path. Yeah, here. Here's the breakage. Yeah. Doesn't even seem like it over here. Let's see. Oh, you never got COVID. Yeah, I heard some opinions, kind of unconfirmed, that for some reason smokers were in the less likely to contract COVID. I wonder if there was something to it, actually. Maybe COVID was just discriminating against non-healthy humans. The virus said that, well, no, we don't like smoking. So it was a virus of a health nut variety. Ironically. No. Yeah. That is so weird. I still cannot see the brake over here. Can you see the brake? The scope. For some reason it won't adjust automatically. Yeah, I think now I can see it. Damn. See, that's not something you would just catch by a visual inspection. I started smoking when I was 7, smoked for 65 years, 77 now. Damn. Well, I'm glad you stopped. I was gonna stop smoking when I turned 40. That was roughly 4 years ago. 2 or 3 of the biggest cigarette companies bought over loads of food companies in the US. Probably took the scientists with them to make ultra processed food. Crazy. Yeah, it is. Here because Nathan over at Parts People, Dell Repair channel recommended you and said you repair car ECUs. About the most I've done is to pull a BMW E46 immobilizer, extract T data and program and pair new keys. Well, welcome, Dark Brandon 2024. Glad you're here. Yes, Nathan is a friend of the channel. Hope you enjoy ECM repairs. That's not all we do here, but yeah, we do some ECM repairs. Trace 8 up. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, you would not catch it with visual inspection. That's crazy. Even at this zoom level, I can barely see it. I've only ever been to Poland once, I think. Place called Radom. Yes, Radom. That is. See, I can't even place it on the map. Is it? Yeah, I can't place it on the map. That's weird. I don't think I've ever been there. Was super fascinating seeing the old Soviet stuff. Yeah, so okay, so that's in northeast or southeast. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, somewhere on the east. But then I figured, no, is it somewhere closer to Wrocław or Poznań? But yeah, I think, yeah. So if it's post-Soviet, then it's gotta be east. Let's see the old stuff. Yeah, the old Soviet stuff alongside the new modern stuff. Really cool country. Great food too. Pierogi. Yeah, pierogi. Well, I make my own pierogi, and pierogi in Poland are made by Ukrainians. Pretty much every country, every culture has a, what do you call it? Some form of dumplings with some filling or without, either steamed or boiled or baked. Every culture. So, you know, in the US you usually call them ravioli, but it's essentially pierogi, but from Italy or Italian thing. The dough is essentially the same. In Philippines, you have siopao. That's well, they're steamed, but and the dough is actually with yeast, so a little bit different. But essentially, it's a dumpling with some filling. You know, in China, you have those also steamed dumplings, right? That's my favorite dish, by the way. Well, that and sesame chicken. So yeah, nicotine kills almost every type of germ. Maybe. It looks like it's right before the component. Looks like a lot of spotty traces. Yeah, yeah. I found Black Horse via Tony at Northwest. Yes, Tony is also a great friend of the channel and great friend of mine. He's an overall awesome guy. I was actually expecting that he would join the stream, but he must be busy. Or he didn't see. Or a combination of both. Yes, now you can see where the trace is broken. But we're not going to be able to fix it with just solder. And that's mainly because of my flux. So my flux will prevent bridging. So even in the tiny spot like this, my flux will not allow you to bridge this. You could do it without flux, but then you're risking actual good connection. Good evening, everyone. Reza John NGR. Sorry. And I see you're a member. Thank you so much for your support. Much appreciated. Evening, Reza. Or Reza. Is it Reza or Reza or... Tony cracks me up. The dunking he loves to do on a particular repair shop. Yes, I wonder which repair shop you might be thinking of. I also sometimes dunk on that repair shop from time to time. And for some reason, I don't know why, but he's often confused with that repair shop. And I was yeah, some customer did say that he sent the board to him thinking that it was that was me. Also, yeah, I didn't actually dunk on him in that video, but that automotive tool, the diagnostic tool that had no Wi-Fi. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Where I just replaced the Wi-Fi module and everything went okay, and it was perfectly visible on the thermal camera that it was overheating. So it was, in my view, the really easy repair, but he sent it to that repair shop, paid 95 or whatever he charges for the bench fee, and no fix. Right? He sent it to me, I charged 50 bucks, and it's fixed. So yeah, we could, you know. I also have, you know, limitations when it comes to certain kind of repairs and stuff, so it's easy to dunk on someone that say you didn't figure that out and that was so easy, but you know, we all have our area of expertise. I don't know what his area of expertise is other than soldering, actually. One thing that you cannot take away from him is he's a master of soldering iron. He does amazing stuff, but he also charges pretty good prices, and yeah, and as you guys said earlier, that what do you call it, the cheap Chinese stuff, right, with huge markup and his logo. Well, you know, business is business. I understand that. It's very impressive where he took his business, right? He managed to actually turn it into a very profitable business. So good for him. Right. Now let's see if this is going to be able to hold while I solder the other side. Uh, okay. Wow. Prevents bridging. Interesting. Yeah. That's the main purpose. So you get very nice shiny joint, and it's very easy to solder on the ICs and stuff because the solder will not bridge. That's the and it cleans really easy. So that's the main selling point for Omega 559 Flux. Easy cleaning, good solder joints, no bridging. Your pronunciation was correct. GR is for Germany. Yay, Germany. All right. The repair shop is close to where I live. I've actually met Ali in person. He's a good businessman. His area of expertise is running a business in advertising. He provides free flux on the board. He provides free flux on the board? I don't get that. Oh, he doesn't clean the... Now I got it. He doesn't clean the board properly, so the flux is left over. So that's free flux. Well, his flux also cleans pretty easy from what I heard. But I really don't like the smell of a synthetic resin. And performance-wise, you know, some people say that my flux overperforms his or is, you know, equally performant. Some people say that it overperforms Chinese blends, you know. It's a good flux. I use it, I like it. And not because I made it. I made it because I need it. I needed good flux that does not smell bad. And is reliable. Because before I would use Kingbow. That was my like to-go flux. But then the problem appeared when, you know, you get one batch of Kingbow, it works perfectly fine, then you order more, and suddenly it doesn't work. And in my profession, in my area of what I'm working on, good flux is essential for ECM repairs and stuff like that. So I could not afford to just kind of gamble that am I gonna get a good batch this time or not. So I had to make my own flux. So it's I had a need first, and then I created a solution. It's not like I just wanted to make flux for the fun of it or for the money of it. Okay, I kind of overdid it with the solder over here, but I want to make sure that it is well connected. Okay, now let's measure, and we should have 0.3 or 0.26 on both transistors. 0.26, 0.26. All right. So injectors are working now. The diode is fixed. Let's see this little via over here. I would guess that it works. It just looks really bad. But sometimes they just look really bad. Yeah. I think it's fine. Let's see. These Q-tips are awful. They shed so many fibers. It's crazy, but I have to use them up. And I do have some better Q-tips that I get from China. And maybe I should start using those. But these are cheaper, so that's pretty much why I have to cut on costs everywhere I can, because I know times are tough. Almost need to install some sacrificial zinc bars on that PCB. Is your Omega and RMA, Raf? No, it's RA. Well, you could call it RMA. It's supposed to mimic RA, so a little stronger than RMA. My first blends were pure RMA. This one is a lot more aggressive. And that's why it prevents bridging so well. And also that's why it's not that great on bare copper, because it requires higher temperature. Right, so you can find blends that are much better on bare copper. But that's essentially the reason, right? So on when you solder on the IC and stuff like that, then you just scrape across it, right? The soldering iron. You just move across all the pins, and all the pins are soldered on perfectly fine, not a single bridge. I tried making an RMA myself for syringe dispensol using rosin. I always had trouble getting the viscosity right though. Also had spitting issues when using IPA as the base for it. Yeah, I went through all that. It took me, from the first batch I created to the point where we are right now, it took roughly around 9 months to create a good stable blend. Yeah, it's not as easy as it might seem. All right, this via is fine. The process of making flux is as much about the craft as it is about science. So even if you nail the formula, it's kind of a like artisan work. I should probably rename it to artisan flux from organic flux. But it is organic, technically, right? Meaning natural ingredients. And as you can see, you can restore VS with just flux, not even solder. Okay. Now these little guys. I'm gonna switch to better Q-tips. I'll have them available in my store. Let me show you how they work. They're really good. They soak very well and they don't shed. You're pretty handy with that soldering iron. Nothing special. If you have good flux, everything's easy. And good soldering iron too. If you have good tools, everything is a little bit easier. It's still good tool is not going to replace skill, obviously. But even a lot of skill with crappy tool is going to be problematic. And there. The solder mask, crappy spotty stuff make it hard to see traces. That's because of that electrolyte that essentially reacted with the solder mask or PCB mask essentially, and yeah, and it makes those little like discoloration over here. So it looks like the trace is not there, but it actually is. and vice versa. Sometimes it looks like the trace is there, but it actually isn't. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It is hard to tell, but also, well, you know, it looks a little different on the screen than it does in reality, right? And you know, since I've done so many of these, it's a lot easier for me to just kind of spot where potential break could be. But as you can see with the other one, until I completely removed the ground through it and completely removed all the solder mask and everything, we couldn't see the actual break, and it was minute. That's the main problem. This one doesn't want to clean up very nicely. I put a little bit of solder here. But first, let's see. Because these like to break as well. These, what do you call them? These vias over here, they like to disconnect from the trace. So let's see. Oh, I cleaned up nicely. Let's see the first one over here. Oh, well, yeah. This one's good, and this one goes here. Yeah. Yeah, this one's good, and this one goes here. Okay. This one looks good. Well, maybe it doesn't look good, but not as bad as the other ones. Let's see, got electrolyte on the board. Yeah, they look big on the TV. Yeah, and inside the hole they are just plated. Are they? So I'll move a little bit here for better lighting. Yeah, this one looks good. It's good backlight. There's gonna be some reflections, but the side light is a little crappy. And these, the electrolyte never made it over here. This is just an old patinated connections, not corroded. It's just patina. Yeah, you can tell because it's not turning brown, the muddy brown. So it's just patina. Okay. And this is curious. Why would someone scratch this but not do anything else, right? Like, cap was not replaced, corrosion was not cleaned, but for some reason someone decided to just start scraping over here. That is super weird. For whatever reason this was done, but now it is at least it will no longer corrode here. Okay, now few over here. What do you think? Is this VIA working? My money is that it does. It just looks really bad. Yeah, VIA is good, and this one not so much. This one might not work. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, they're all working. VS just looking really bad. So they just need some cleaning. Not much more than that. Yeah, smells bad. There's definitely electrolyte in there. Let's remove the backlight. Yeah, looking good. Looking okay. Hang on, chat. Let's see, where did we finish? For repairs, jumper wires or copper brass rivets. Yeah, if you know the circuit, I guess you could actually replace into the layers. Yeah, we could. Now, once the board is populated, that will be tricky. You could maybe copper plate with an electroplating pan. Easier to use a jumper wire or rivet though. This board is just top layer and bottom layer. There's no internal layers. So yeah, you would have to probably remove all the components to get the PCB design, right? And yeah, you could build one of these boards, but there's also those sideboards, right? So there's more than one PCB over here, essentially. Let's see, be interesting to float a plating circuit on the soldering iron to attract the solder. Plating circuit on the soldering iron to attract the solder, I'm not sure. Oh, plating voltage, right. Pickle rig. Black Horse Nate sent me here, give him free flags. I always give him free flags. Thank you for joining. I'm glad we have you here. Hope you enjoy. Got into that one. You know, I always figured ECUs would be victim to vibration making joints crack. Guess leaking caps makes sense though. I imagine they get real hot. This particular ECM is inside the cabin. It's not inside the engine bay, so it doesn't get hot. It's not exposed to, you know, engine vibrations other than what you have in the cab. But on Subarus, there is actually a component that suffers from essentially from vibration. All components have to be automotive grade. True. I mean, you can use non-automotive grade, but then you have to deal with problems, subtle problems. So yeah, they should all be automotive grade, or at least essentially high quality. They don't have to be labeled as automotive per se, but yeah, not the cheapest caps, not the cheapest transistors, resistors and stuff. Looks like I overdid it. What do you think? Did I mess it up? I think so. I think I overdid it. No, I guess not. It looked like I took away the trace around it, but I guess that was the corrosion layer of corrosion. Those vias are cleaning up nicely. They are. Well, again, the flux. The flux is your friend here. Well, good flux. Yeah, I think I did eat away too much over here, though. But it is connecting still. You know what? I just want to make sure, so let's just scrape away a little. Let's see, we used carbon tetrachloride on military PCBs until they outlawed it. Oh. Yeah. Safety reasons, I guess. Environmental safety or personal safety. I was gonna do some BGA today. I got a few boards to do the socket replacements, but I guess I didn't expect this to take this much time, because well, sometimes they do, but they normally don't come this corroded and this degraded, this damaged. So it's hard to estimate, you know. Sometimes it's just an hour of work, sometimes it's half a day. Now this trace, that's why I'm making absolute sure, because this is one of the injection lines. So if this is not done right over here, the car is gonna run like crap. Yeah. Yeah. No connection. Gentlemen, no connection. So let's... I scraped too much. That was the problem. No, no cheating here. No cheating. Let's see, on the BMW N55 engine, the ECU's unit underneath the inlet manifold, yes. Only way to get it out is to remove the inlet manifold. Crazy design, maybe making the installation by the manufacturer easier. Well, German cars are like that. That's why I don't, you know, on these ECUs, even after you remove it, that's why, how much do I charge? Like 350, I think, or 250 for the injector driver replacement. Well, these are actually IGBT modules, not the drivers. And the reason for that is that they're difficult to open. Even after you remove the ECU from the car, then you have to spend a couple hours opening the actual unit. So yeah. To be fair, the Marines would probably have people stirring up a barrel of Agent Orange with a crayon if they could get away with it. Probably. 99.9 IPA works okay and don't melt components. Yeah, all the good stuff is outlawed now. Yeah, a lot of stuff. But I know we didn't know it worked good because it was aggressive, but it carries some, you know, risks. Interesting to see working working one so damage. Is it hard ECU to find? It's not hard to find, but it's like $600 if you want to replace it. Yeah, how do you even price up a job like this? Flat rate, 200 bucks. So it's easy. Is that trace broke on top? On top? Oh, you're probably talking about this one over here. We'll check it out. Oh, I think I already checked it. Oh, they look like this, but they're okay. I'd probably drill out that via and run a jumper wire through if it were me doing this. Yeah, you could, but I know the via is good because I measure on the other side. I broke the connection between on this side, so we have a breakage over here. Right, I just scraped too much with my soldering iron. It happens. It happens. Where's my cable? Let's get, wire through the hole now? No need. You could, but I don't know. It's not the via that I broke. It's the it's the top layer. So I just have to connect it here like this. Greetings from Poland. Poland, can I buy your flux anywhere? Well, try on my store, and if I can ship, I ship. If not, you get a refund. So it's worth a try. I shipped few through eBay. I shipped a few to Poland, and they did make it. I talked to a few friends over there, but no one seems to be really interested in distributing my flux in Poland. Those damn Polacks. Right? Where in Poland are you, Grucha? Grucha Jarzyna ze Szczecina, tak? Now, the challenge over here is to actually reach it, because it's a little tight spot. How did I move it? Did I? Yeah, that's what happens. Okay. Well, now we have no other choice. Now we have to run a wire through it, because I won't be able to hold it like this. I probably should have tinned the... Grucha z Jarocina. Wielkopolskie. Awesome. I'm from down south. Śląsk. Okay, now this should be much easier. because now we're not gonna lose it, hopefully. But I'm gonna hold it over here anyways, just to be sure. Okay. I think we're good. Let's try to lift it. Make sure. Solid over here. I'll just clean up the other side because we made a mess all the way to the other side. This in here. This in here. Actually, doesn't look too bad, but that's a bit too much solder. Well, a lot too much solder. Curtis, how you doing, brother? As you can see, I'm trying to survive here. Life has not been too generous for me lately, but I'm surviving. How have you been? How's Marcin? Good morning from down under. Well, same, everything same. Well, that's good. That's good. Sometimes I wish everything was the same as it was a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago. But it is what it is. Okay, now let's measure. It's the last 10 minutes I was just fixing what I broke myself. 0.26 and 0.26. All right. Injection is restored. This little guy. I'm gonna call you Ankh. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Enjoy a single video for members. And 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Big support today. Big support. Hey, you know what, Raf? I don't know your story, but you have a similar background to me. Senior engineer, and I'm guessing idiot managers thinking an AI is the uh, panacea. Yeah, things will come right for you. Well, hopefully, but yes, that's the big problem nowadays. No one needs my expertise anymore. No one needs my services. I was expecting, that's why I started the shop in the first place, because I was expecting that once I'm 50, no one's gonna hire me, because, no one hires 50-year-old software engineers. That's a job for 20-year-olds, I guess. But it came even a lot earlier than I thought. About 7 years earlier than I thought. And now nobody will hire me for different reasons. So I was way off. But, I don't know, at least I did take some precautions that, these good times are not gonna last. And unfortunately, I was right. But I was nowhere near early. I didn't start nowhere near early enough. But, it wasn't entirely within my power to do something about it, It was what it was, and nothing we can do about that now. If it was only up to me, I would have been much better prepared for the times now than I am. Crappy autofocus. There. We'll see. The only optimistic outlook that I have right now is that AI is becoming too expensive, or a lot more expensive than it was. There are real repercussions of actually running the AI, environmental factors and economical factors, and the scammy AI companies are getting some pushback now. So that's the only reason I am looking at it a little more optimistically now. But it's not like I'm full of optimism. But at least there's hope. My needle broke. Maybe. I think my needle broke on one of these. I'm gonna have to get some new probes. I have to go back and watch my video which probes I recommended, because I don't remember anymore. Oh, that's no good. Look at this. But this one is, well, at least this one connects to this transistor over here, so it should be easy. Or now, where the heck is this connecting? So the optimism goes kind of like, now we're gonna create a lot of AI slop. That's gonna create a lot of mess, and someone is going to have to clean up that mess. and it's not going to be AI, and it's not going to be the new engineers that are now being trained to use AI. To actually rely on AI to do their jobs, right? They're not going to have skills that we have right now. But the question is, am I gonna survive until then? The saying is the market can stay irrational longer than you can remain solvent. And that might be the problem. By the time that the repercussions come, and I'm needed again, I will be already dead or retired. Although at this rate, I don't expect much from my retirement. Know what I mean? I have some for 1K, but not something that would actually be, I don't know, to give me enough money to actually retire, you know. Okay. All right, gents. Now, for my final number. For the icing on the cake. But so we gotta do a little bit of, so what I do, I did this. Like so, and then trim it a little. Then one goes here and the other one goes here, but it needs to be a little farther apart. Like so. And there. And this needs to be shorter a bit. Let's see. Yep, exact same here. Learned electronics repair as a backup plan during COVID. Yeah, so you were much yeah. You acted earlier during COVID. I didn't start the shop per se, but I started doing this. I started investing in these skills, and a friend of mine was kind of, you know, disagreeing with me on that, saying that I should have been, instead of spending money on the equipment and stuff that I was spending on, that I should have been saving that money. And, you know, he's got a point, obviously. But my response was that, yeah, maybe I'm not saving money, but I'm investing that money in my skills, and they might pay off in the future. So I was right about that. And then I started the shop just, you know, 3-4 years ago, right? So yeah, so we kind of started at the same time. Almost 5 hours live stream, yeah. I wasn't planning on streaming this long, but I gotta finish this repair. I'm not gonna leave you guys hanging and just say we're done and I'll finish it tomorrow. No, I gotta be finished today. Because tomorrow I got a lot of VGA work, apparently, which I was gonna do today after doing this, but I thought that was gonna take half an hour per ECM. So 2 ECMs, 1 hour, maybe half an hour of hangout, so an hour and a half stream. That was the plan. Tell an AI to resolder that board, right? Yeah. They are hoarding processing capacity and making repair more valuable as needed prices go up. Yeah, yeah, that's one of the. Not only that, they also hoard power, not only computing power, but actual physical power. Well, there's another reason to be optimistic. Demand for repair rises during economic downturn. And you know, politics aside, the Middle East situation isn't going to get better overnight. That's true. That's true. Let Farmer, I'm retiring out of USA. Place is nuts with prices and corporation greed or corporate greed. Yeah. Yeah, I probably will have to retire in Poland. I won't be able to afford to retire in USA. In most countries, the pension money is gone. Oh, long time ago. Yeah, it's gonna look. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's not enough people to work for our retirement. It's not really any different anywhere else, Led Farmer. I came from the UK, and honestly, in a lot of ways, it's worse over there. You can always find places much worse than any place. Even the worst place you can think of, you can find even worse place. I'm moving to Spain eventually. I speak Spanish, yeah, but I'm not moving to a big city. Planning on a rural Spanish retirement. Semi-rural, yeah. Ralph, you have more skills than I do, my friend. Nah, I don't think so. I don't have that. My skills are nothing special, you know. It just came with the with experience and a stubbornness, essentially, right? It's not like I got some special talents or anything like that. I have also not been blessed with special intelligence or anything like that. I always struggled at school. So yeah, I was successful at one point, you know, as a software engineer. By successful, I mean largely overpaid, right? But those times are gone. There's not going to be a lot of overpaid positions anymore in any profession. No one has money anymore to overpay. And there's not enough optimism to invest in future. So yeah. That's our cap. All right. Let's see. I'm not moving to a big city planning. Yeah. The AI scourge from corporate greed, people losing their minds after 2020. Yeah. I think we're going towards social unrest. Cake wars. Let them eat cake wars. It'd be driving to... Oh, I'll be driving to Poland to visit you from Spain. Well, by US standards, it's not very far, but the roads are different. It's not the same as it is here. So it's probably easier to just fly. It's like an hour flight, not even an hour. In my Subaru with a rotary engine. Yeah. Could be worse. We could have been born building pyramids. Yeah, yeah. Invest in companies that make bunkers for billionaires. Yeah, I wouldn't mind charging billionaires for services or something. I could be a Taino in canoe in 1493 about to catch some Eurobug. All right. Bunker Link. Boring Company. Yes, the Boring Company, sure. Renaissance Flasher. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah. Oh, in Puerto Rico. Yeah. Well, we could have lived in times of, you know, the Black Death, right? The epidemic. What was it like? What was the percentage of civilization, the entire population of the planet that died during the outbreak of Black Death? World War II, you know. I was lucky to be born way after World War II, right? It was 2 times, 770 and 1200. Yeah. Yeah, bring out your dead, Monty Python. It was 1 in 3 or 1 in 4, so like a quarter of the civilization of the population. Crazy. Those were the bad times. Those were the hard times. We have essentially no right to complain compared to those times, right? But it would be, you know, even if it's not very good, right? The situation is not awesome, but if at least it's getting better, that would at least be kind of a more of a psychological boost, right? Just like it was after the pandemic, right? yeah, it got you know, instantly it got really serious, it got really bad. But then it started getting better, better and better. Still not the best, still crappy, but fuel prices were going down, right? The job numbers were improving, the stock market numbers were improving. It was going in the right direction, right? Or in the optimistic direction. Now we're still, you know, year after year. It's been 1 year, right, already. And it's still getting worse and worse, so, you know, at least it was more there was more optimism. Now it's just pure depression. It's like one thing after another, after another, after another. And of course, Trump openly saying that, no, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I knew already that he didn't. It didn't come as a surprise. But at least pretend. Politicians used to pretend they cared. They still didn't, but at least they maintained that facade of, yeah, we care about average American, we care about job market, and care about prices. And now it's like right in the open, like, no, they care? No. No, I don't think about that. And it's easy not to think about that if, you know, if you were born with a silver spoon up your mouth. It's easy to forget, or not even forget, you were never exposed to the actual life, the actual hardship of life. So of course you're not gonna be keeping that at the forefront. That's why when I vote for politicians, I vote for the ones that came from humble beginnings, right? Harsh backgrounds, right? Immigrants, people born disadvantaged that managed to make something of themselves, right? Because they're gonna remember how hard it was for them. I mean, it's not a golden rule that it always works like that, but at least there's a chance. But if you were born into royalty, then are you the best person to represent the poorest of us? Probably not. But hey, in this country I can't even vote. I mean, I think I can vote in like local elections, like for mayor or stuff like that, because I don't think you have to be a citizen for that. You just have to be a resident. but you know, in presidential elections I cannot vote. And I was gonna get my citizenship during Biden administration, but I just kind of was putting it off, and I had different problems. And honestly, I didn't think Trump would have won after the first administration, right? His first term. I didn't think anyone would actually vote for him. Just even seeing him campaigning, and like essentially, you can tell that he doesn't know anything, like dodging every question, or even on the, you know, because in the first campaign, he had a lot of evangelicals behind him because of Mike Pence, right? But for the second one, you know, if someone asks you you know, you're a New Testament or Old Testament guy, probably equal. Like, obviously you don't know what you're talking about. And nope, you know, there's no shame, no problem with that. I don't have problem with that. But at least say you're not a religious guy. There's nothing wrong with that. We have separation of church and state. It really is your personal thing, what religion you follow or believe in or whatever. Then when someone wrote him a speech, 2 Corinthians, right? He read it as 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians, walk into the bar. So, you know, obviously you don't know anything about this religion, which is fine. Why pretend? The uncorruptibles. Yeah, I think it's on us as people to look out for each other. True, but that's why we have government. If it was only up to us to look after each other, which it is, of course, we wouldn't need a government. But we need the government to watch after everybody. Stay empathetic towards our fellow community members. Help each other out. We can't rely on government anymore. True, true. My mom and dad went through the Great Depression. There was no unemployment or welfare or social security. Yeah, that was crazy time. I've watched few documentaries about that. There are still letters being written that were being written back then to the president, to the governors, to the congressmen. So that survived. So I've seen some of those letters. It was crazy. Selfish always want power versus selfless uses the power for the people. Yeah. I wish we could just kind of reset a little bit and just start valuing people. But now we don't value people. We value money and AI. And we have no problem comparing how much money am I going to pay for tokens and how much money am I going to pay for Ruff if I hire him. We're no longer human. We're no longer being seen as humans. My grandpa and grandma moved to New York City in 41. Dad was born in 52. And my dad was born in 55. Yeah. Father Joe didn't get 81 million votes. Rage manipulation works so many. Yeah. He cheated to get picked by POTUS or planted. Could be. The Boys. Seen it, Ralph? The Boys? Not sure. Politics is meant to divide us. It's we the people. We're all different walks of life, but we're all the same, all have the same needs. See, if we approach the problem of politics as something that we shouldn't talk about because it's divisive, or it's created to divide us, and just kind of like ban the subjects of politics and stuff like that, then we end up in the situation we are right now. People being uninformed, nobody discusses these problems, and then when it comes to voting, when the time comes to vote, you just kind of either not vote or just vote for whatever, and then we end up in this situation. So yeah, it's not the politics that is the problem, it's how we talk about it, how we communicate, how we treat one another when we disagree on policy, right? And with this administration especially, and the last campaign, a presidential campaign, it was not even about policy. We were talking about politics, but no one was talking about policies. It was just ad hominem attacks all over, and just massive hate for immigrants, hate for diversity, hate for inclusion. Yeah, that's why a lot of people voted, yeah, let's own the libs and get Trump in the office. And now they're shocked that Trump didn't actually get into the office to help you or to do something for you. He's just lining his own pockets with money. His net worth grew by, what was it, $7 billion or something like that since election. So ridiculous. And yeah, and now, you know, taking care of his, yeah, it's everybody, well, not everybody, but the majority of us knew that was going to happen. So, but we couldn't establish a dialogue and creative or constructive discussions to just, you know, no, China's going to pay the tariffs and let's get Trump in the office. That was the general consensus. They shut down the voting machines and flipped the boolean, turned the 1 into a 0 and the 0 into a 1. He got Trump's votes and Trump got his. Then they lost the USB cards that they accessed the program with. Ralph, you ready for the South America market? They are using mechanic flux and need major soap to clean. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some people from Mexico tried to purchase it, but I could not ship it over there. They don't like Americans anymore, and I can say I blame them. We ban immigrants from South America. South America bans products from America. That's what happens when you rule with hate. Both parties make up the deep state. I call them the Hydra. Oh. Yeah. It turned out that there was no deep state. Raf, are you ramping up more Flux batch? Yes, I increased the batch size from 12 to 25. And that is at the moment my limit, but I can ramp up even more. All Americans are immigrants, yes sir. It is only the illegal immigrants Americans don't like. Well, no. The reality begs to differ. Um, you know, people going to their legal hearings, right? Either for asylum or anything like that, and they're being snatched by ICE, right? They have court ordered hearing, right? And they can't get to it because they're arrested, right? So no, it's not like that, unfortunately. And initially it was about, yeah, we want just immigrants that break the laws, or you know, immigrants that are what do you call it, felons, essentially, right? Criminals. But instead they just snatch people off the streets just to meet the numbers, right? It's all about optics of it, right? They don't care, and they kill actual Americans, American citizens. Renee Good, what was his first name? His last name was Pretty. I forgot his first name. You know, actual people dying on the streets. That's not what. Even if you voted for this administration to, you know, remove the dangerous, you know, like cartels and, you know, immigrants that are breaking the law. Yeah, sure. Alex Preddy. Yeah, thank you. So if you voted for that, yeah, okay, I agree. I don't care if you're an immigrant or non-immigrant. If you break the law, you should suffer consequences. But what happened? We elected a felon, 37 felony convictions, and that felon appointed an illegal immigrant to gut the government, right? So, you know, I understand that, you know, a lot of people voted for Trump based on what he promised, but, you know, that's not what was delivered. And that Americans don't like illegal immigrants, I don't know, man. Because without illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants, you know, the certain jobs people just don't want to do. And if you're illegally in US, you're gonna do those jobs, right? Because it's better than the situation you came from. It's horrible conditions, very hard back-breaking work, right? But someone's got to do it. And illegal immigrant is a perfect tool that United States has relied on for a long time. So yeah, that's why they were not doing those raids and getting immigrants out, because we need them, right? So it's not like, you know, I feel like this hate for illegal immigrants was just manufactured for political reasons, just to get elected. You know, the hate wasn't there, and people that were most hateful for that were people that were not even aware that that's the symbiotic relationship that we have with illegal immigrants. Anyways, yes, Alex Preddy and a few more. Hire a circus, expect a show. Right. Adolf got hired. Even if you are legal, you are not like us. It's a division plan. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. My grandfathers were immigrants, came here through Ellis Island. Ellis Island, where last names were rewritten. They bought all the papers they had, no, they brought all the papers they had with them. They dug ditches, picked cotton, apples, lettuce. Yeah, hard labor. But back then, a lot of people that immigrated during that time, they worked really hard, and that was the time of growth. So everybody was getting better. So essentially, you came to America with a shirt on your back. If you work hard, a few years later, you have a house, you have a horse, or a car or whatever, and many years later, you're in a great position, right? But those times are over. It's not even about our culture or what have you. It's more of a geopolitics right now, and economy. Right, the time of great growth is over, and it won't come back for a while now. It's funny, but immigrants are fiscally more valuable to a country. Yes. Because as an immigrant, legal or otherwise, your childhood, education, skill set, healthcare, etc., all paid for by where you're from. Well, illegal, be it legal or illegal immigrants, they pay into the system that they cannot take advantage of. So they pay taxes, but they don't get unemployment. They don't get, healthcare. They don't get retirement, but they pay taxes. Even if they get cash under the table, they still have to spend that cash in US and pay taxes through that, right? They have to live somewhere, so they have to pay some rent somewhere. They have to eat, so they have to go to the grocery stores and stuff, drive a car, they have to buy gas and register a car, pay for the insurance on the car. So they have all the obligations of a citizen, but none of the benefits. So yeah, it's really not the best approach to just think that, yeah, let's get rid of all the immigrants and it'll be better. It'll be worse, not better. And it's not like you're solving any problem. Plus, when it comes to actually breaking the law, if you're illegally in the US, you're gonna keep your head down. You're not gonna be breaking the law, and the statistics back that up. Citizens, legal people born here, are more likely to commit crimes than people that immigrated here, legally or otherwise. My mom's dad got last name changed, but not via Ellis. Right. Yeah. Well. Well, it's a depressing subject, Being myself being an immigrant, I was staying illegally in the US for like almost 2 years. I would just go to work and home, back and forth. I would not go, anywhere. I was never in trouble. I was, and I paid taxes all that time, and I didn't even collect my tax refund, my last tax refund. Having immigrants is a good thing. Biden broke his oath to our constituents to defend its border from invasion. I did not see that invasion. I think, you know, people were just rallied up for, you know, for political reasons, right? And vice versa. Trump didn't build the wall. Mexico didn't pay for it. You know, the funds were diverted, and after they built some parts of that wall, it was really easy to get over that wall, right? Because they didn't do enough research. So I don't know. I think that was a non-issue, just like men in women's sports. You know, it's just, yeah, let's create those problems to distract from actual problems. Like, do you have health insurance? Can you afford to get sick in this country? Being a citizen, born and raised. Yeah. Well, I'm an immigrant too. I came to make America British again. Right. Make, right, right. Hmm. Yeah. I worked with all people, races, and colors and genders in civil service, but every one of them had to show their birth certificates. All right. Everyone but Obama. Right. He was born where? In Hawaii? Yeah. Malaysia. Yeah. I mean, you know, that law could be changed in the future, because I don't see any actual, you know, reason behind that law. It's because it's kind of like an assumption that if you were actually born, like my son is an American, right? But he was born in Poland, but he's got his passport, his birth certificate, which is the certificate of birth abroad. Uh, how does that make him less of an American than someone who just happened to be born somewhere else, right? Like, yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was wanted to be the president but couldn't. Well, that's the law written into the Constitution, but hey, we have what, 27 amendments already. There's no reason we can't have another one to just change that in the Constitution, right? So that might change, because yeah, it's weird to me, especially, you know, if you're a service member, right? And you know, you're on maternity leave because you're giving birth in 2 weeks, but something happens, the war or something, and you have to be moved to, you know, outside the United States, and your son is, or your child is born in the international waters, right? Well, are you less of an American? So that, yeah, at the moment it is like that. You have to be born. So right now, my son cannot run for the office of the president. But we'll see. By the time he's of age to actually run, maybe this will change. I would vote for Melania for president. but she cannot run. Uh, Melania, well, she wants to, how did she say it? Piss on the world? Uh, um, Puerto Rican couldn't be president. Oh, well, it is U.S. territory, but I guess it's not a state, right? So I didn't know that. So I remember way back in the day when visiting Cali, they used to sell T-shirts when Annie was governor. My governor can kick your governor's ass. That stayed with me. Nice. The thing is, our constitution is America, and America is our constitution. Yeah, I was watching this documentary on Pam Bundy, and that stayed with me because she like kind of twisted herself into a logic pretzel around that. Because she said that the law written into the Constitution is unconstitutional, right? I don't know if you see the irony of that or the contradiction, but essentially, it's not the Constitution that defines what is constitutional and isn't. But we don't add or we throw away something from the Constitution because it's unconstitutional. Like logic pretzel, essentially. So yeah, I see your point over there. It is it is a very problematic subject, for sure. If our constitution ever changed, America would not be America anymore. What do you mean ever changed? Pam Blondie. Pam Dumby. There are amendments to the Constitution, right? Initially, there was no freedom of speech, right? The Bill of Rights, right? The first, what is it, 15? First 15 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We changed that, right? So yeah, Constitution keeps changing over the history. So yeah, it will continue to change to match the current problems. The right to bear arms was written into the Constitution when the times were different. There was no automatic weapons. The division in the country was different, and the problems, everyday problems, were different. Now we don't really need the guns that much, and they bring more pain and destruction and fear than they bring any good. So, maybe that will be written into the Constitution, or the amendment will be introduced to abolish the Second Amendment. The name Pam Bundy sounds like a product Crazy Glue would make. All Americans are citizens, but not all citizens are Americans. And no, I'm not a citizen. So, oh, you mean by Americans? Oh, Okay, so you're just kind of going more into the philosophical meaning of what it means to be an American, right? Blue for chicken. Perfect chicken. Cordon bleu. Many citizens are ANOs. I don't know what that is. American. Oh, Americans in name only. Yeah. Yet fundamentalists just is. Yet fundamentalism or fundamentalists stays just reinvented. Right. Fundamentalism stays. It just gets reinvented. Bill of Rights, June 8, 1789. See, I'm gonna learn some history today. Oh, Raf, don't say that on live. ICE is watching. Well, believe in the Bill of Rights. Yeah. The minute guns are banned, I'll dust off the red coat and get on the horn to King Charles III. Yeah. Transferred American in name only. That is the qualification to hold the title American. Believe in Bill of Rights. That's the qualification to hold the title American. American is not a birthright. Citizenship is. Yeah, well, that's more of a philosophical distinction rather than an official distinction, right? Technically, you have the. I know because that is written into the Constitution, right? That any person born in U.S. is a citizen. I know this administration tried to do something about that in response to people coming to US just to give birth to a child. I don't know if they ended up actually doing anything about that, but I think that the easy solution is to just not allow people to enter the country if they're like far along in their pregnancy. A lot of countries do that. UK does that. I think Australia as well. And the only reason I know that is just from watching the Border Patrol those series. Yeah, so I don't know if they actually ended up doing anything about that, but yeah, citizen, not an American. All grimness aside, I still believe that America is the only country where you can immigrate here and become an American. I won't be British, I'll be American. Funny accent, sure, but still. Other countries, you're always where you're from. Yeah, well, it depends on the country. Because in Poland you can become a Polish citizen, but you have to go through like tests and stuff. Tests that I wouldn't pass as a natural born Polak. And the same goes to US. You know, a lot of US citizens would not pass the citizenship for or test for citizenship, which is normal. If you're born with something, then you just don't suddenly, start studying for a test that you aced at birth. But there are some countries that do not allow that you can only become a citizen if one of your parents is also a citizen, right? I think Netherlands is one of those. I'm pretty sure. Not sure about Germany, but maybe Austria. Something like that. So yeah, those rules vary from country to country. I like English accents. I even read the KJV 1611 second translation Bible, Old English. Yeah. What's your opinion on Super Bowl show? That I'm not familiar with that too much, but a lot of people had a problem that it was in Spanish. Do you have a problem with that? Well, I don't speak Spanish myself, so I I don't do trans or gay or rap. Okay. Yeah, but the fact, because I think members of our current administration had a problem with that, and I think that's un-American, to have a problem with that, because there's a reason United States has no official language, right? Just like, in Poland, we speak Polish, that's the official language, right? In, I don't know, Canada, well, it's either French or English. I'm not sure which one. Wikipedia states both, so I don't know if which one is more prominent, but, a lot of people speak French and English over there. I don't know, Mexico, Spanish. Well, America has English as its official language forever. Now they have changed it. No, so you see, the reason there was never an official language in the US, because US is a country of immigrants, right? So we value a person. That's the American values, right? That's why I love this country, is because of those values, diversity. Where I grew up, I haven't seen a person of color until I was 20, maybe 19 or 20. I've never seen a person of any other skin color than myself, because we were kind of, I don't know, not diverse. It's different now, and obviously it depends on where you're located, right? But in US, that's what I love. That's what I love about this country the most, is the diversity. We come from all kinds of places, and we are open-minded to other cultures, and that's what makes America great, in my view. If you just like close the borders and then country is gonna stop growing, right? And you're gonna be Poland or Germany or stuff. Actually, when you go to like countries like Germany, like France, right? There's very little stuff in or almost nothing in foreign languages. So everything on the TV is dubbed in German, right? In Poland, at least, we have a translator, so you can hear the original soundtrack from the movie or something, and you have a guy narrating over, so you can understand. But in Germany, everything's dubbed, so it's like you're watching the movie in German, right? The same in France. So they are not a very worldly, let's put it that way, culturally open, and that's a hindrance. In US, that's a great advantage, that we are aware of so many cultures. We interact with people from so many places, so many countries. We learn about their stories. We learn about their situation in their countries, their cultures, their food, their religions. That's what makes America great, and that's why I personally love this country. And no, I'm not a citizen. Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Most foreign broadcasts are with subtitles. Great way to learn languages. And that's what made Netherlands. Before there was United States, there were Netherlands. And where are all the greatest painters from? Which country developed the best optics, clocks, navigation skills, trade? It was all in Netherlands, because they were welcoming to other cultures, and they were absorbing all the best things from other cultures, while other countries were staying isolated and treating their cultures as the only right culture, so they were left behind. So that's a great example, and United States replaced Netherlands in that sense, right? That's the way forward. That's the great thing about if you approach your culture as essentially a combination of all the best cultures of the world, all the best ideas, right? Yeah, the sound is slightly distorted because my fan is blowing over here, my fume extractor. I'll try to move it a little further. Now it should be better. Oh, it's the background noise suppression. That's what it is. By far, anyway, my favorite thing about America is the melting pot of food. Melting pot of food. It's great being able to get Mexican, Indian, Chinese, Korean, Italian, etc. all in one city. Yeah, that's the benefit, right? In Poland, well, nowadays it's different, obviously, but when I was growing up, we didn't have that. When I first came to US, I was exposed to like a lot of food that I've never seen before. I've never tasted before. So you kind of take that for granted, growing up in US, that you can, you can have go get sushi, get Chinese, Korean, even Polish food, and all kinds of different food. That's part of that, right? Multicultural society. It's a great thing. Back in 1967, I took a test for an operator of a sewage plant. They were hiring 628 people took the test. I came in second. They took me in a room and told me they could not hire me because I was not a minority. They did not have enough courtesy to put a sign up front saying whites need not apply. Yeah, in the 60s there were still times of or around that time still times of racial segregation. When I was buying a car, a salesman, the guy that was selling me the car, older guy, said that when he moved to Georgia, because he was from up north, he moved to Georgia, and there were still different bathrooms for whites and non-whites. Yeah. Also, unfortunately, the bloody speed cameras here in the Netherlands. Yeah, well, they're everywhere. But yeah, I guess it's also, the driving in Europe is a completely different experience, or getting a driver's license is a completely different experience than in US. So Ralph, question, what's your favorite American alcoholic beverage? My favorite alcoholic beverage is beer, and I either drink Heineken from Netherlands or Dos Equis from Mexico. As far as American beer, some microbreweries and stuff like that, sometimes I'll venture that, but I drink cheap imported beer. I'm not much of a connoisseur anymore. So after I went to join the army, took my physical, came back, the enlister promised me helicopter, school, or tanks. Came through door holding physical results. He says, sorry, no schools are open. Yeah. Tough times, huh? So I turned around, went next door, and joined the Navy. Went to Vietnam. Oh, thank you for your service. Polish beef stomach soup, similar to cojitos in Puerto Rico. Yeah, it's a good soup, but I prefer beef stew with mashed potatoes. That's like my favorite kind of food. President Johnson started legal discrimination against white males in 1964. Didn't know. It was titled EEO. If it's not Dutch, it's not much. There you go, Joey. Yeah. I used to like Saint Pauli Girl. Yeah, that's it's a non-alcoholic beer. I used to drink a lot of that. Um, yeah, I love the taste because it kind of, it tastes like a really good, a little bit on the sweeter side, but it tastes like real beer, but no alcohol. So that was my beer of choice because O'Doul's, it tastes awful. It tastes like really cheap beer. Um, there was what was the other one? O'Doul's and something else that I also used to drink, non-alcoholic. There's also non-alcoholic Heineken, but it doesn't taste very good to me. Oh, it's alcohol and non-alcohol. Oh, okay. I've never seen it in the alcohol version. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. I agree. Well. Oh, Bush, yeah. Bush, actually, non-alcoholic Bush, it was better than O'Doul's, in my view. But yeah, I went through my phase of drinking too much. I'm Polish, so, drinking is what we do. But then, was it, I don't know, quite a few years ago, I had a CT scan, and they were scanning my lungs, but they also commented on my liver that I had significant liver fattening. So I had to quit. And I was overweight. And because of my lungs, I had to quit smoking. So this was not the easiest thing to suddenly, you stop drinking, you have to stop smoking, but you also have to be on the diet. Because normally you replace one with another, right? You quit smoking, so you gain some weight because you have more appetite and you just kind of keep munching on stuff. The same with drinking. You stop drinking, your appetite also improves, so you start eating more, and I had to like get rid of all of that. So yeah, that was pretty difficult, but Germans do the best lager in my opinion. Ale, British is best. IPA, I'd actually say California IPAs are excellent, though a bit too strong. Now, best beer, I'm going to say Old Speckler Hen, British. I've heard of that beer. You guys keep mentioning that beer. I have to try it one day. IPAs, I used to drink IPAs, but as you say, to your point, they are way too strong. Nowadays, I remember that was I don't know, a few months ago. I went to the gas station and I got a can of beer, like those larger cans, right? And I didn't know it was an IPA. I drank it, and I got sick. Like essentially, I felt like I got wasted, like because I haven't had IPA in a long time. It's way too strong, for it to call it a beer. It's more like you shouldn't even sell it in big cans like that, in my opinion, because it's kind of like you're drinking wine. So yeah, I remember then the next day, after I just slept it off, I thought I got like food poisoning, or I was in the closed garage refining rosin, so I thought maybe I got some poisoning from that. And then the next day, when I saw that can, it said IPA, and that's what it was. So yeah, I can't do IPA anymore. Actually, even Heineken is a bit strong for me right now. If I drink like, especially on empty stomach, because Dos Equis, it's very light beer. There's barely any alcohol in it. I can drink a 6-pack of this and not even be buzzed. But Heineken, if I, on empty stomach, I'll drink 2 Heinekens and I'm ready to go to sleep. So yeah, my tolerance for alcohol reduced over the years. You drink non-alcoholic now, but Bush, yeah. I quit drinking in the mid-80s. Yeah, it's not worth it. Give up all the vices at once, dear Lord. Yeah. Well, as you can see, I went back to smoking, and I just never regained weight as I did. So I have never been overweight since then. You're high on life now. That's the way to go. I bet your coffee consumption shut up. Well, when I quit smoking, the advice that I got from the doctor was to just kind of don't do stuff that I normally associate with a cigarette, and coffee is one of those. So I had to stop drinking coffee because coffee really likes a cigarette. The company of a cigarette, right? So I stopped drinking coffee, started drinking like water with lemon, right? I had a little cup in which you got like a plastic cup, but there's also like a little cup inside where you just kind of put all like fruit. It can be whatever citrusy fruit I would use, but normally either lemon or orange or mandarin or something like that, and that's what I would drink, and it helps because it's much of either smoking or drinking is just a habit of it, right? And that's why it helps when you quit smoking, so you get like eat chips or something like that, right? So you just need something in your hand, and the same with drinking. You stop drinking, then just get like water or soda or whatever. Although soda is also not the best for you either. I used to like mezcal. I don't know what that is. I assume a alcoholic drink. Get through eating the second worm. It's about over. Oh, I'm not familiar. Oktoberfest got light lately. Used to be darker in 2020. Now it's yellow. Hijacker. I'm not familiar with that, but Oktoberfest, these are like kind of like a reddish kind of beers, right? Very, very heavy. Well, maybe not very heavy, but a very deep flavor. Yeah, I kind of like light beers essentially. Lager, but light lager. I like the Jamaican, what is it called? Red Stripe. I like that one too. Also, barely any alcohol in it, so. No. Oktoberfest, I was there in 08. Loved Spaden and Leuven Brau. Particularly Leuven Brown, because they're seeing double. An animatronic lion above the beer tent is hilarious. Okay, I've never been to Oktoberfest. I quit drinking and speeding at the same time. Then hung out at the bar and drank soda and coffee. Yeah. Oh, it's tequila. Tequila, nice. The other horse girl beer. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, mezcal is tequila with the worm from the cactus lint. Oh, a cactus in it is made of. Okay. Yes, the tequilas are essentially made from cacti, right? Dragon Stout is my flavor, or flavor. I rather have Dragon Stout than Guinness. Yeah, I kind of like Guinness. You know, over the years my taste kind of changed. I never really liked, back in the day, in my 20s, even 30s, I never really liked dark beers. Now I sometimes I like Guinness. I should start making homebrew again. It's so satisfying. Mud is delicious. Mead is delicious. I used to make a lot of wine. It wasn't very good, although from time to time I would strike a nice batch of wine, and I usually just made it for the love of making it, not really even to drink it. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. I know people also made beers, but I never tried making beer. But I made a lot of wine. Sake, mead. Yeah, some was really good. It's actually the techniques I use for making flax, for refining rosin, is a lot that I learned making wine. Oh, my son had a wine brew under his sink when he was 18. Yeah, sounds like a smart lad, for sure. Alright, fellas, we're gonna have to be wrapping up. What did we do, like 5-6 hours? I was not planning on this long. There we go, artisanal organic flax, a refreshing alternative to wine. It's 20 now and he looks 24. Doesn't get carded at a few places. Damn. Lead farmer. Well, let me send you. I do have your address somewhere. I don't know if I saved it in my system, but I'll send you a properly packaged batch. I'll say, I don't know how many you want to send them. 4 or 5 tubes. I'll get on it and I'll send you the thing, and see if you can find a way to ship it over there. I tried and I couldn't yeah, but maybe you have some. No, you don't have to send me money. No, you do a lot for me, man. No worries. You got a lifetime supply of flux from me. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be making BIOS repairs. And there's a lot of them. Argentina and Salvador can receive likely. All right. Make a batch that smells like hemp oil. It would sell to all the pot smokers. I'll look into that. I was one of the anonymous donors. Yeah, I figured you would be. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through the list. I'll either make a video or do another stream for that. But I think it's time to wrap it up, fellas. I have to go use the bathroom because I had a lot of water, Sprite, Coke, Red Bull, and this is my second beer, so I really need to pee. All right, thank you guys very much for joining me today. Hopefully, well, we'll see tomorrow. Either I'll go live or I'll make a video. It's easier for me to go live, so I don't have to cut the video and stuff. And right now I'm dealing with the problems with the computer, so maybe I'll just keep it like that. Thank you, fellas. Thank you for a very interesting discussion on politics and immigration and everything in between. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much.